Well, well, well. Mike McCarthy. Mike McCarthy is out as the Dallas Cowboys head coach. Welcome, 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 Cowboy fans, Cowboy haters alike. I'm the G. Welcome to Let's Talk Cowboys, where we talk facts. And I can tell you unequivocally as it applies to Mike McCarthy, I'm not upset. I'm not upset. I'm absolutely as ecstatic that Jerry Jones made this move. I like Mike McCarthy. Y'all don't worry about Mike McCarthy. Mike McCarthy is a millionaire. Now it's being reported we thought Mike McCarthy was making $4 million a year, and now Todd Archer, I think it is. Todd Archer did some digging. Mike McCarthy has made $8 million a year with the Cowboys. While that is not top of the head coaching scale pay, let me tell y'all something. I'm not worried about Mike McCarthy. Mike McCarthy is going to go on and be able to make money. Mike McCarthy will probably be a head coach somewhere again. For sure, again. There is somebody who will believe in the Mike McCarthy philosophy. I feel sorry for him if they do. I'm the one who's, if you hear anyone say it, you've heard it here first. Anybody else who wants that stale toast, West Coast offense that Mike McCarthy runs, you can have him. You can absolutely have him. And I'm glad that they didn't drag this out until Tuesday. See, I've been saying this the last couple of days. People were saying, ooh, the Cowboys, ooh, they're doing Mike McCarthy wrong. No, they're not. When you give a 2 weeks notice at your job, do you know you have a 2 weeks notice at your job? You've committed to that job to work 2 weeks. Now, I know this new generation, they'll give you a 2 week notice and won't show up. That's not what we did in my generation. When you gave a 2 week notice in my generation, you worked 2 weeks. You worked 2 weeks. And you didn't get to go on job interviews. You didn't get to go on all that stuff. Nope. You worked your 2 weeks. And if you had another job, you went to your other job. If you didn't have another job, you would continue to be looking. Dallas Cowboys 65. What's going on? ESPN reported that since 2007, Mike McCarthy leads the NFL in most playoff losses. I just released a video about Mike McCarthy. And I was just talking about Mike McCarthy last night. Go look at his record, Dallas Cowboys 65. Yeah, he going to get you regular season wins. Oh, you better believe it. He's going to get you regular season wins. But in the postseason, Mike McCarthy has had some epic collapses. And I still say his indictment, tell me anything you want to, his indictment is having Aaron bleeping Rodgers at the peak of his powers. And we bragging about one Super Bowl. Man, I said, I've been saying this the last week. How long does a man get to ride one Super Bowl? How long does one man get to ride one Super Bowl? I talked about it last night. Somebody asked a question about Mike Tomlin. I'm just keeping it real. I'm talking facts. Mike Tomlin, the knock is on the door, Mike Tomlin. I'll take Mike Tomlin in a heartbeat. But as far as Mike Tomlin and the Pittsburgh Steelers go, Mike Tomlin needs to understand something. Bruh, You've probably went as far as you can go with the Pittsburgh Steelers organization. Pittsburgh Steelers need to maybe realize something. Maybe we've peaked with Mike Tomlin. I know we've only had 3 coaches in our history. I know we don't fire coaches. Maybe us and Mike Tomlin need to amicably split. Jerry Jones, say anything you want to. Jerry Jones today gets my applause. I'm telling y'all, Jerry didn't drag this out. People think Jerry dragged this out. No, did I not tell y'all? Go back and look at the videos I've been making on this channel. The last 2 weeks, I've been saying this. The moment Jerry kept on bragging about Mike McCarthy every single week, what did I say? He sounds like that woman. He sounds like that woman who does this real nice guy that want to take her out. Ooh, girl, he's so nice. Ooh, girl, he opens the door. Ooh, girl, he gives me money. Ooh, girl, he's the perfect guy. Only for this girl to tell you, only for this girl to tell her girlfriend, girl, I just don't think he for me. What? You just talked about how good he was. I know, girl, but he just not for me. You ever heard one of your homeboys? Yeah, man. And the men sometimes, they're different. They don't be the one professing this about the girl. It be one of their homeboys that's professing this about the girl with the men. The men be rolling up on their homeboy talking about, hey, man. Boy, this girl, dude, man, this girl been cooking for you, man. She clean your crib. She wash your clothes. Man, she give you money. Man, she got her own car, own crib, own career. Man, bruh, you might ought to wife her up. Got this homeboy talking about, yeah, man, I know, man. Yeah, man, she is, man. She cool, man. She cool. She this, she that. Yeah, man, she cool, man. But, man, it's this other shorty. Did I not tell y'all? Who was Jerry Jones trying to convince? Who was he trying to convince? Who? Us? Because most of us were totally convinced Mike McCarthy's coming back. Even as early as last night, I was hearing people saying, hey, yeah, man, Mike McCarthy, he coming back 100%. Really? I started catching on to this because I said at the beginning, I said this in midseason. I won't believe Mike McCarthy is going until the press conference and he cleaning out his office. But then the last 2 to 3 weeks, I started catching on. Jerry bragging on Mike way too much. Jerry bragging on Mike way too much. You don't brag on anybody that much, and you have the ability to sign them, and you don't sign them, but you're bragging about it. Put up or shut up. I don't need you bragging on me. I know, sometimes people say, yeah, man, let me tell you what he brings to the table. I'm one of these people, I'll tell you in a minute. You don't need to tell me what I bring to the table. You know why? Because I'm the one bringing it to the table. You don't get to tell me what I bring to the table. Some folk don't understand what I'm telling you. You don't get to tell me what I bring to the table because you don't bring it to the table. You watching me bring it to the table. So when it comes to me, I don't need all your bragging. I need you to put up or shut up. You're either going to hire me and pay me or I'm done. Talking runs a marathon. Money talks. Talking runs a marathon. And Jerry, I knew it. He was running a marathon. Didn't I tell y'all? Who is he trying to convince? Who is he trying to convince? Jerry was not convincing me. The moment Jerry kept talking about Mike McCarthy, the way he was talking, I knew there must be some doubts. Nobody brags about someone this much. Let me tell you something about my wife. Beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. You think I was running around telling my mama, hey, you know, I kind of met this girl, you know what I'm saying? She nice, mama, but I don't really know. No, No, ask my wife. No, I wasted no time. Absolutely none. When I met my wife, I knew day one she was going to be my wife. I knew day one. There was no talking. There was no playing around. Every move I made from that point forward was she's going to be my wife. Couldn't wait to put a ring on it. Couldn't wait. And Jerry Jones was smacking them lips, doing all that talking. And I said, uh-oh. And did y'all notice? I showed y'all Jerry's last press conference. Man, Jerry's whole demeanor changed. Jerry's whole demeanor changed. All of a sudden, Jerry introduces to the world a brand new concept we had never heard before. The tolerance of ambiguity. We had never heard it before. No one had heard Jerry say this part out loud before. He might have been telling his constituents. Jerry tried to hit us with the tolerance of ambiguity. Man, Jerry started hitting us with some crazy story about the Mississippi boat gambler. He knows when he plays, you know, he knows when he got his hand, he could either win or lose. And that makes him play better. What is all this stuff Jerry Jones talking about? Stop it. Stop it. Come on, man. Hey, David, you been married 38. Hey, you what I call, hey, man, you a veteran. Boy, you OG in this thing. I'm 25 years in. I wasted no time. When you want something and it's within your grasp where you can get it, why would you keep talking about it? Why you keep trying to talk yourself into it? You either want it or you don't. Let me get some greetings in here, man. I appreciate y'all coming in at noon. Dallas Cowboys 65, I already said what's going on. James Hill, what is going on? What's going on? May 513, what's going on? Wilson Santiago, you a regular, what's going on? CB, what's going on? Lord Nova 85, what's going on with you? Michael H, what's going on? Kelvin Bryant, what's going on? Man, I'm just telling y'all, for me, I'm ecstatic because this team needs a change. And let me go ahead and say this for you right now. I said it last night. Let me go ahead and save you the trouble. There's no point in talking about Jerry Jones not being the GM. We know Jerry is the GM. So if we can't get the change at the GM spot, let us get the change at the coaching spot. Because I'm telling y'all, and I've been saying it over and over and over, and I was in a discussion last night on live with Willie T on this. No, I know how Jerry Jones meddles. We all know that. This is not the elephant in the room. All of us know the elephant is in the room. Amen, Walls. All of us know the elephant is in the room. We all know who Jerry Jones is. None of us are dumb on this live right now. None of us are dumb. So if we can't get the change at the GM level, because we got a permanent GM until the Grim Reaper takes him out, we need the change at the coaching level. We need it at the coaching level. And y'all need to understand something. Mike McCarthy cannot go backwards on this. Mike McCarthy said that he's had more control and say so here than he had at Green Bay. Mike McCarthy said that. I didn't. Dak Prescott came out and said he wished that Mike McCarthy could be brought back and do it his way, on his terms. I didn't say it. Dak Prescott said it. James Slater reported just this week or just last week, an anonymous player on his way out the building took the time out. It's amazing to me. James Slater, man, let me tell you something. I like James Slater. She's a shrewd operator. I call her James Slaughter because James Slater does this stuff almost every year. She'll pull somebody out of the top. I mean, think about the stories that have come from James Slater. She'll find some player who willing to talk but won't say their name. And James Slater started revealing all kinds of stuff. Well, this anonymous player, he was saying the same thing. Bring back Mike McCarthy on his terms. Well, if you listen to Mike McCarthy, he said he was doing things on his terms. So you can't defend a man who's already rebutted the defendant. He's already rebutted the defense. It's like being a lawyer for a client, and the client gets on the stand, and the client say, I don't know what my lawyer talking about. I don't know what he talking about. I did commit the crime. Oh, I did it. What? You don't do that. Everybody gave Mike McCarthy a way out. No, Mike McCarthy, he's indicted himself, so he got to live with that. He got to live with that. Let me read a couple of your comments, and I'm going to go to an article that is on my go-to, Athlon Sports with Mike Fisher. He's reported, and I'm interested to see it. I hadn't even seen it yet. He's reporting on the problem of why Mike McCarthy was not re-signed with the Cowboys. I want to see if it's what I think it is, because I've talked about a couple of different things. Let me read your comments, and then I'll come back to what I'm saying. James says, it all depends on who the replacement will be. I'm going to hit you with some news, James Hill. I've been saying this for the last week. If Mike McCarthy was the best we could do, we're already done. We're already done. If Mike McCarthy is the best you can do, we're done. I pointed out, no one likes it. Go back on my channel and look at the video. I've pointed out the mythology of Mike McCarthy. We act like he came in here with a bum team. No, he didn't. Dak Prescott was the starter. Do y'all know that if you go back and look at Jason Garrett's record, and you go back and you look at Jason Garrett's record with Tony Romo, if you go back and look at Jason Garrett's record with Tony Romo, do y'all know where a lot of those 8-8s coming from? He was 5-3. Then he went 8-8, 8-8, 8-8. If I'm not mistaken, that's all Tony Romo. That's all Tony Romo. I think they get like a, just off the top of my head, I think it was maybe like maybe one of those 9 wins, maybe somewhere in there. But then they got the 12-4. I think they got the 13-3. And then Tony got hurt. They went to 4-12. Tony gets hurt. Dak Prescott comes in. Jason Garrett only goes on to have nothing but winning seasons after that, except for the last one. Jason Garrett absolutely won with Dak Prescott. Despite injuries to Travis Frederick, Dez Bryant leaving the team, Jason Garrett was still able to win with Dak Prescott. Mike McCarthy comes in. Dak Prescott gets hurt the first season, only to then win with Dak Prescott 3 seasons in a row, 12 wins. Do y'all realize that Dak Prescott was successful under Jason Garrett, under Kellen Moore calling plays, under Mike McCarthy, calling the plays? Dak Prescott's been the constant. Dak Prescott has been the constant success for those 3 coaches. Have y'all noticed how they looked without Dak Prescott? How Jason Garrett looked without Dak Prescott? How he looked? How Jason Garrett looked without Dak Prescott? How has Kellen Moore looked without Dak Prescott? They said that when Kellen Moore went to the Chargers, he was going to surpass. Colin Cowherd said, oh man, if he did this with Dak, just wait to see what he did with Justin Herbert. Fired. Fired. Because he didn't turn Wonder Boy into Wonder Boy. And we saw Justin Herbert this weekend. Couldn't turn him into Wonder Boy. Kellen Moore has not put up video game-like numbers since Dak Prescott. Y'all gonna learn to put some respect on this man's name. Folk gonna learn to put some respect on Dak Prescott's name. And I'm telling you, another coach can come on this team, James. I promise you that if Jason Garrett went 13-3 with Dak Prescott in his rookie season, if Mike McCarthy came in here and went 12-4, 12-5, I promise you it's not the coaches. Dak Prescott gonna win. Period in the story. Dak Prescott's gonna win no matter who they bring in here. So we don't have to worry about winning with Dak Prescott. What we need to worry about with Dak Prescott, can we get a doggone coach in here that can bring a game plan, can build the culture, build a team, and the team get past the doggone first round? Don't worry about it. Dak gonna win. Dak's gonna win. We need a coach. As I've been talking about this last week, Brian Broaddus coined the phrase best. We need to get a coach that can make a difference on the field, because the good coaches out there, they're making a difference on the field. The Ben Johnsons, the Aaron Glenns, the Andy Reeds. Look at all these coaches in the playoffs. You know what they're doing? The ones who are winning? Y'all can tell me anything y'all want to. We can hate on Dan Quinn because he's in the NFC East, but the NFC East is back. Jerry Jones, you're on notice. The NFC East is back, and you better put a team around Dak Prescott, because I'm telling you, the Eagles have put a team around Jalen Hurts. They're not worried about what he's not. We got folk talking about he's a running back playing quarterback. You can tell me anything you want to. He's the number 2 seed this year, and he's got a super team. He's been out for 3 weeks. Didn't look too good yesterday. But they still advance. Why? Because when you build a team that can win, even when your quarterback's not having a good day, hey, you've done your job. You've done your job. I don't want to hear nothing. People, CJ Stroud, he better than Dak. No, he's not. No, he's not. But I can tell you what is better about CJ Stroud. He's got a better coach in D'Amico Ryans. He has a better system around him, and he's got a defense that is incredible. They made 2 critical turnovers yesterday, and the team didn't collapse. They still won the game. Dan Quinn has won 4 close games in the regular season with a rookie quarterback. And guess what? He did it again in the playoffs. Dan Quinn, first season with the Commanders. Everybody keep talking about Dak. No, you're talking about the wrong thing. Dan Quinn, from the Cowboys, with some of the Cowboy players. First year with the Washington Commanders. Guess what he did? He only got 1 playoff win. He's 1-0. You know why? People don't give Dan Quinn credit. Dan Quinn's a good coach. Dan Quinn's a good coach. And I do believe that Jerry was trying to get Dan Quinn to stay around long enough. He was trying to get Dan Quinn to stay around long enough because I think he wanted to give the job to Dan Quinn. But Dan Quinn got ticked off at Jerry because Jerry, he realized something. Jerry won't do nothing in free agency. Jerry won't make no trades. And Jerry would not get him Bobby Wagner. I showed it last night. Anybody see what Bobby Wagner looked like? Leading tackler on the Washington Commanders team last night. Half a sack, 5 solos, 3 assisted. He was everywhere. Dan Quinn said, I can't do this with Jerry. I can't do it. So whoever we bring in here next, y'all, please, stop worrying. Stop it. Stop it. Dak Prescott's going to win. Period. Dak Prescott is going to win. But it's not about Dak Prescott. Jerry has got to focus going forward on building a team because that's what everybody else is doing. Everybody else is building teams. They're not trying to just pay the quarterback. They've all paid their quarterbacks. They're all getting paid in the 200 millions. Not as in the guaranteed money, but they're all getting paid in the millions, 185 million. I mean, they're all in that range. And they're still putting players around these quarterbacks. They're still building teams, and that's what we have to do. Juan says we all going to regret it one day. Always happens. I don't think so. I'm sorry, Juan. I'm not going to regret that Mike McCarthy has been with this team 5 years. And the ending is like the beginning. We saw the best of Mike McCarthy right there in the middle, especially as in what we're going to get from him as it applies to what Jerry's going to give him. We saw it. And I'm telling you, Mike McCarthy failed in what he could control. Mike can't control Jerry. We already know that. He can't control Jerry. But what Mike can control is himself. And the part that Mike failed at is what he could control. He could control the play calling. I'm sorry. Ain't nobody going to convince me that Jerry Jones told Mike McCarthy, hey, Mike, can you run the West Coast? Jerry don't care about no West Coast. Jerry don't care about no West Coast. He doesn't. MA says, MA5, he says, Jerry Jones always has to have all the attention. Watch, they hire someone next Monday to stay in the news. What a joke. I actually hope they don't hire nobody next Monday. I hope they don't. I'm telling y'all, Stephen Jones said something about Jerry, which is strange to me because he calls his daddy Jerry. I'm not calling my dad by his name. My dad is my dad, my father. I mean, I know they're in a business setting. Man, I don't care if I am in a business setting. I'm still calling my dad. But I digress. He's, Jerry. Stephen said something that people may not pay attention to. Stephen said this last week. Nobody wants to win as bad as Jerry does right now. Stephen mentioned because he doesn't have that long. How much longer does Jerry Jones have? How much longer? I'm sure he's not ill. But how long does Jerry Jones have? Jerry Jones knows you just paid Dak Prescott. Y'all not catching what Jerry Jones said. Jerry Jones said something that I thought was very interesting. He said, I want Dak Prescott to be the quarterback of this team for the remainder of my time. You don't find that to be strange? No one finds that to be strange. I've been saying this, and I'm going to continue to say it until they show me something different. I believe this team is going to win the chip in 2026. And now, what I've seen today, it makes me believe it even more. This team is going to win the chip in 2026. It won't be next year. Y'all brace yourself. We're going to make some great moves in the draft. I got a feeling we're going to make some great moves in the draft. This is going to be Will McClay's. I was looking at this today. This is Will McClay's last draft if he doesn't sign with the Cowboys again. This is going to be his last draft. I think they're going to go. I think if he leaves, he goes out with a bang. If he stays, I think they're going to really, and especially, y'all need to understand something. Jason Garrett had influence on the Dallas Cowboys drafts as the coach. And you know what Jason Garrett's influence was? I talked about it last week. Jason Garrett was with the Cowboys on two of those Super Bowl teams. Jason Garrett is the quarterback. He's the backup quarterback. I think he's the backup quarterback to Troy Aikman, I think, in 93, 94, 95, and even some of those other years as the decline started with the Cowboys. Jason Garrett knows what made those teams win. Do y'all know who was influential in helping to build that line of Travis Frederick, Zach Martin, Tyron Smith? It was Jason Garrett. It took him 3 seasons. It took him 3 seasons to kind of get what he wanted. Got DeMarco Murray. And man, when that thing hit, it hit. I still wonder what happens if they call the Dez Bryant catch, which was a catch, because that team hit. When it got on, it got on. Romo just couldn't stay healthy. But when that team got on, it was on. I think we've seen something else with Mike McCarthy in the last 5 years, because I was shocked when he said he had influence on the draft. Have you noticed what the team looks like? Have you noticed since Mike McCarthy has been here how it seemed like the draft picks have not been hitting like they once were? Some of this is the Mike McCarthy effect. Some of this is the Mike McCarthy effect. And even James Jones said now he's starting to understand some things. This team, the Dallas Cowboys, is starting to resemble or making some of the same decisions that Mike was a part of in Green Bay. I'm telling you, I don't think we're going to regret this. I think we're going to love it. One says late to the interviews, like always, who we getting? That's the thing. Who wants to work here? And said, attention, watch what I tell you. I hope, and I don't know this for sure, but I hope Jerry takes his time. Don't hire nobody right now. Don't hire anybody. Jerry, I know we want to go ahead and get the coach so we can go ahead and get started on the draft. Get these guys working on the draft. No, Jerry, take your time. Take your time, Jerry. Let these playoffs play out. Let them play out. You got a great opportunity. Jerry has a great opportunity, whether anyone understands this or not. You get to now evaluate. See what these coaches are doing. Because I said it the other day. I'm sorry, but Aaron Glenn, the defense coordinator for the Detroit Lions, I mean, he ought to be he ought to be on the list of everybody who needs a coach. Ben Johnson is definitely going to be on everyone's list. He's going to be on everyone's list. And I'm going to tell you something that's absolutely crazy. If Jerry Jones gets the itch, he's got the Netflix special coming up next year. If Jerry Jones gets the itch and he really want to go back to a Jimmy Johnson type of mentality, and he really says, man, you know what, forget it. I just want to win these last 3 seasons. And then I'm going to step down and let Steven take this thing over. And then when Steven take it over, you're going to see who the real monster was. Because he the one that's really tight with the money. I would not be surprised. I will not be surprised, as some may be. I won't be surprised if Jerry Jones goes after Ben Johnson. I will not be surprised. I will not. Let me read a few more comments and I'm going to go to this article. I am not going to be surprised. I'm not. CBG, who next? We're going to see in a moment. Hold on a second. MA says, if you're not going back to Mike, why be petty and not let him interview for Chicago? Because they were still negotiating. I said this last week. They were negotiating, as in there were some things they didn't like about Mike McCarthy. And I'm sure there was some things that Mike McCarthy didn't like about the Cowboys. And what they were doing was talking about those things. And I'm sure we're going to read the article here in just a moment. I'm going to read a few more of your comments and see who else has come in. Esquire, what's going on? He says, greetings. Yeah, yes, sir. Greetings. Hot Wax. He may not be the best, but he's better than some. I'm going to say it again, Hot Wax 93. I appreciate your comment. If that's our mentality, we're still done. And I'm not talking about you. I don't want that mentality on this team anymore. When I heard Dak Prescott come out for Mike McCarthy, I love me some Dak Prescott. It was at that moment I said to myself, and I mentioned it on this channel, when Dak Prescott came out for Mike McCarthy, get rid of him. Get rid of him. I was torn, but I said get rid of him because let me tell you something about players. Got to be careful when players are they're vouching for a coach, but then ask yourself why are they doing it? Because he was having a losing season. Because they knew he didn't have a contract. All of a sudden, all the talk and the chit chatter is about Mike McCarthy. Why you didn't have the same energy last year in the playoffs? I saw people on this team talking more about winning for Mike McCarthy than they were talking about beating Green Bay. I don't want that mentality. And I don't want us saying, well, Mike McCarthy, he's better than some. No, I want somebody better than Mike McCarthy. That's the point. And now Jerry has the opportunity to do it. He has the opportunity to do it. Michael A. said Jerry was talking like if he allowed McCarthy to come back, he would be doing him a favor. Well, I tell you this, there's something to this about Mike McCarthy. There is absolutely something to this, and I'm going to read it in a moment. Appreciate you, Joe Grizzly. He said facts. Kelvin says, gee, I never wanted Mike. Like you said, he only won one Super Bowl with Rodgers, was ran out of Green Bay. Mike's all washed up, old play calling. We need young blood and young-minded coach. Let me tell y'all something. I think this is what Jerry is going, Kelvin. Because the one thing I think Jerry is going to do, and I'm sure it's not going to shock some of y'all. I believe that Al Harris is going to be the new defensive coordinator. I believe Al Harris is going to be the new defensive coordinator. I don't think Zimmer's coming back. I don't think Zimmer ever intended on being here more than 1 year. Have y'all seen Mike Zimmer's fiance? Zimmer, I just don't think Zimmer right now is ready to rededicate his life to football again. I think he did Jerry a favor. So Zimmer came. He did what he did with the defense. And I'm not sure if Zimmer's coming back. But for me, if you don't bring back Mike, then don't bring back Zimmer. Just go ahead and make the total change. Just make the total change. Don't have none of that. Just let it all be flipped over. And I do believe it is absolutely Al Harris's time to shine. It's Al Harris's time to shine. Al Harris, I believe, is going to be a head coach in this league. I don't think it's going to be in Dallas, but Al Harris is going to be a head coach in this league. And I believe that Jerry Jones is going to give him the stepping stones to do it. Jerry likes Al Harris. And if there is one coach that you can allow to coach this defense, that I believe the Micah Parsons, the Trayvon Diggs, the other defensive players will get behind if you don't bring back Mike Zimmer, it's none other than Al Harris, because a lot of the players love Al Harris. They do. Jabbar, big respect on Dak. Hell yeah. Hey, man, I'm telling you. Man, people better learn to put some respect on this man's name. He ain't like Justin Herbert. Do y'all realize that Dak is not like Justin Herbert? Justin Herbert was and is a first-round draft pick. Justin Herbert, in his short career, y'all, he's already been through how many coaches now? He on his third coach. Y'all see Harbaugh's face? Y'all see Harbaugh's face this weekend? Harbaugh's face was, man, what in the world? What in the world is Harbaugh? That was his face. What in the world? This is supposed to be Justin Herbert. Yeah, I wish you to talk to me. I mean, I'm nobody, but I wish you to talk to me about Justin Herbert, Harbaugh. I would have told you. Are you aware that this man has now been through 3 coaches and 3 OCs? And look at his record. Why has he went through 3 head coaches and 3 OCs? Well, look at his record. Dak Prescott has been through now 2 coaches. 2 coaches, I guess you could say 3 OCs. But look at his record. Look at his record. These coaches, they all look better with Dak Prescott. And Mike McCarthy, do not worry about Mike McCarthy, y'all. Somebody's going to give Mike McCarthy a chance. You know why? Because they're going to look at what he was able to do with Dak Prescott, but then they're going to quickly find out he's not going to be able to duplicate it. Jason Garrett couldn't duplicate it. Mike McCarthy's not going to be able to duplicate it. He's not. Unless he goes to a show enough team. And I don't know many show enough teams out there because that's the very reason why they're firing their coach. Herbert is way too thought of in this league. He's a bona fide coach now, still the same result. I'm telling you. I'm telling you, man. Real fan, what's going on? He says, who will want to come in this messy situation? There'll be someone. There'll be someone. I agree with you on that part, but there will be someone. Willie T in the crib, what's going on? Here's the big question. If Jason Garrett is such a good coach, how come nobody's interviewing with him? Willie T, did you just not catch the last part of my conversation? You know what the common denominator is between Jason Garrett, Kellen Moore, Mike McCarthy? You know what the common denominator is? Dak Prescott. They were successful with Dak bleeping Prescott. Folk don't understand something. You're not going to understand what I'm telling you if you don't like Dak Prescott. But Dak Prescott has carried this team. Dak Prescott has carried this team. Dak did it with Zeke. Hold my drink. Dak did it without Zeke. Dak did it with Amari Cooper. Dak did it without Amari Cooper. Dak has carried this franchise. Dak has done it with a defense. Dak has done it without a defense. And even when he had a defense, let's be careful about saying he had a defense. Because if you ask Dan Quinn, he will straight up tell you that Jerry Steele left him deficient on defense. He left him deficient. He did. Let me continue to go down here. I just want to greet some people. I'm pretty far behind. What's going on, Dak Delusional? Blueberry, what's going on? Bump TY5X, what's going on? Ty Church, what's going on? He says, Big Mike been hit and miss. Straight up, he been hit and miss. Jose Quavado, what's going on? He says, one small step for Jerry, one giant leap for the Cowboys offense. Let's just hope we can trust this decision going forward. You know what, Jose? I tell you this, man. Well, do we want the same thing or something else? Hey, man, I'm ecstatic. Mills, you know what? I don't know if you caught the video. I already did a video on Brian Flores. Brian Flores is an incredible coach. He is. If Brian Flores can get his people skills together, Brian Flores can be a coach for anybody in this league. Brian Flores is a very good coach. I've already did the whole thing on him, the article and everything on him, but I think he could be a great coach. I do. I think he could be a great coach. You know what? I'm wondering. I don't really think, what's going on, Marlon Brando? I don't really think, Freddie, what's going on? I'm not really sure they're going to run it back with Jason. I'm not really sure they're going to try to run it back with Kellen Moore. I think it might be it's not going to surprise me if they do. I mean, Jerry loved him some Kellen Moore. He didn't want to get rid of him, but Mike McCarthy cornered him into it. Robert Saleh, yes. Robert Saleh, DC. Man, Azteca, I just dropped the video on Doug Peterson. I just dropped the video on Doug Peterson today. Yes, I believe Doug Peterson, they ought to think about it. Him and Mike McCarthy are polar opposites from this perspective. Mike McCarthy wins in the regular season. He got 1 Super Bowl. But I'm going to tell you this. Doug Peterson is more impressive. Doug Peterson's Super Bowl is more impressive. Doug Peterson doesn't win as much during the regular season. Guess what? Doug, you don't have to worry about it anymore. Trevor Lawrence, I had to concede to my sons. Trevor Lawrence is not a generational talent. I thought, hey man, everything he was doing in Clemson, I thought this dude was the next big thing. Thought he was a generational talent. He's not. Him and Justin Herbert, they keep making excuses for him. He's not a generational talent. His career's not over. He still has time to redeem himself, but he's not a generational talent. But you know what's impressive about Doug Peterson? Doug Peterson has postseason wins. His postseason percentage record is way better than Mike McCarthy's. And he won a Super Bowl. And you know what's impressive about the Super Bowl that Doug Peterson won? He won it against the New England Patriots with none other than Nick Foles. I would love to see what he could do with Dak Prescott. Because I'm telling y'all what's about to happen. The Dallas Cowboys are going to have a great draft this year. They're going to have a great draft. I believe they're going to have a great draft because what's going to make this draft great for the Cowboys, I think they're going to address 2 positions early in the draft. 2. Within the first 3 rounds, I believe the Cowboys are going to go 2 offensive players, 1 defensive player. I believe that if Ashton Jeanty is there, Jerry's not going to be able to resist. Let me tell y'all something. I don't care what wrong Jerry Jones has done. Jerry Jones picks up Ashton Jeanty, the fan base and the media is going to go crazy. They're going to go crazy. Because we already have our quarterback. We already got a top 3 wide receiver. You give us a running back? We're back in the game. Just that quick. The offensive line, it's already coming together. It's already coming together. And I'm kind of wondering. I do believe that Zach Martin is out the door. But what if Zach Martin gets healthy? What if Zach Martin wants to run it back another year or 2 with the Cowboys? The offensive line, y'all don't worry. They got injured as they were coming together. The Cowboys' offensive line, I believe 80% of it is already on the team. 80% of it is already on the team. I do believe the Cowboys, 80% of the offensive line is already on the team. The Cowboys are going to be fine with that part. The part where I'm agreeing with Micah Parsons, I wish we could get Abdul Carter. Micah Parsons needs another player. Damarion Overshown, he's not going to be back next year. I actually hope he doesn't come back at all next year. Unless we're like making a playoff run and he comes back in first game of the playoffs or something like that. I think that would be long enough to heal. We're going to get Trayvon Diggs back. We'll see what that looks like. I'm worried about Trayvon Diggs. He's got a cartilage issue. But I believe because Micah Parsons is Jerry Jones' son, Micah Parsons says he's his nephew. He calls him Uncle Jerry. So he's he's Jerry Jones' nephew. I do believe Jerry going to get Micah a piece. He's going to get Micah a piece on defense. It's not going to be Abdul Carter because Abdul Carter's not going to be there. But I'm telling y'all, I got a strange feeling. Jerry is going to do some things next year that he hasn't done in a long time. And I think that this Netflix special is going to play a part in it. I think this Netflix special is going to play a huge part in some things that Jerry is going to do next season that I believe is going to shock us. And I am so glad he made this move with Mike McCarthy. I'm glad. What's going on, Fifth Eye? Azteca, you better stop telling the truth. Cooper Rush and Lance didn't look good with McCarthy. Nope, they didn't. Contrary to what people think, they did not look good as people thought they looked. They didn't. Alex, man, what's going on? He said, straight up fact, G's, who are your top candidates for the HC position? You know what? I'm telling you, Alex, at this point, I just want to wait. I want to wait. I want to see who's available. Because I think this is what Jerry has to know next. And, man, this whole thing is about to be just crazy. One, Bill Belichick is still out there. He's got this crazy contract where he can get out of it. I wouldn't be surprised if Jerry went after Bill Belichick. But I'm going to tell you what I'm hoping, Alex. And I saw where Marlon Brando said that Ben Johnson is not a coach. I'm going to disagree with you because you don't know that yet. You don't know what Ben Johnson is. Ben Johnson's a great play caller. Other than that, you don't know what he is. You have no clue what Ben Johnson is. Neither do I as a head coach. But I tell you this, he's a better play caller than Mike McCarthy. Ben Johnson runs circles around Mike McCarthy in his sleep. He runs circles around Mike McCarthy in his sleep. And I look at what he's been in. Dan Campbell, I'm telling you, Dan Campbell is rubbed off on Ben Johnson. And don't get this twisted. Ben Johnson has seen some things, because anytime you're under somebody who's really good, you see some things and you say, I really like that, but I wouldn't have done that. Or I wouldn't have done that, I would have did that. I wouldn't have done that, I would have did that right here when he did that. You learn under a good system. The one thing that I'll give Ben credit for, you know what he knows? Ben Johnson knows what good looks like. He knows what good looks like. And when you know what something looks like, you know what you do? You try to replicate it. You try to replicate it. You try to duplicate it. You try to imitate it. When you know what good looks like. You ever seen somebody in a nice outfit? What do? You go get that outfit or a similar outfit, but what do? You know what? He kind of had on like some all black Jordans with that. Man, I think I'm going to wear my gold and black Jordans with that. He had on a black jacket with that. So since I got my gold and black Jordans, I think I'm going to get me a gold type jacket to go with my black and gold Jordans with the same type of outfit he had on. Imitation is the greatest form of flattery. I believe Ben Johnson has been in the system and he knows what good looks like. And I would rather take a chance on a coach like a Ben Johnson. I would rather take a chance on him than go with Mike McCarthy again. James Taylor, not happening. So it's no point in wishing. Gandalf said if Jerry keeping Al Harris as DC, I think he's going to be the DC. And I think Al Harris deserves to be the DC. I would love for Jerry to keep Mike Zimmer in a mentor role because I think that might be what he wants more than being an actual head coach. I mean, I don't really know it, but this is what he was at Colorado. Zim was a consultant at Colorado for Deion Sanders. But I think it's Al Harris' time. I think Jerry needs to understand something. Al Harris is too talented. You let him out the door and he's gone. I think he needs to give Al Harris a shot. Gandalf's Pipe said if Jerry is keeping Al Harris at DC, Kellen is going to be the coach because Ben Johnson would want to bring his own staff. Yeah, I'm very interested to see with all of that. Ben Johnson, in his last interview, said he won't get what he wants from the Cowboys front office. Yeah, I know he's saying that too. Because I think the first message that he sent, it was all about the Cowboys. DC Trucker, what's going on? Saturday new coach? I don't think so. I hope not. I hope Jerry waits around. Wilson Santiago, my uncle always says he needs a yes man. But you know what? I'm going to tell you something. Niecy mentioned this. I'm sure she's not on here today. She mentioned this, though. And if you'll notice what Jerry does, I agree with what Jerry does this. You ever notice that Jerry gives his coaches a lot of leeway in the first 2 years? A coach for Jerry Jones, the first 2 years are pivotal. Jerry will give you about 2 years of little meddling. So if you're going to win on this team, if you're going to do what you do on this team, you have to do it in the first 2 seasons. And if you're successful in the first 2 seasons, I believe Jerry will give you another one. And I'm not talking about Mike McCarthy successful. If you can surpass Mike McCarthy and Jason Garrett, if you can get this team to an NFC championship game, I think Jerry will give you a little bit more rope. He's not going to give you all of it. That's just Jerry Jones. He's not giving you all of it. But I've noticed the same thing that Nisi talked about. It's like in the first couple of years, he kind of give you like more leeway. Because he kind of did that with Garrett, but I think he gave Garrett even more leeway. Because Garrett got 10 years. And folk don't realize something, man. Garrett started winning. Garrett started winning. And unfortunately, when he started winning, Tony Romo started getting hurt. Dez Bryant started getting hurt. So when you think about those things, Jason Garrett, I mean, we could have kept Jason Garrett. But I wasn't mad when they got rid of Jason Garrett. But if they would have kept Jason Garrett, who knows what would have happened? Mike McCarthy comes in. Mike McCarthy had 5 years. And it's over. Kelvin said, gee, I'm tired of ESPN downing Dak. Was disrespectful this morning. Dak just needs the right parts around him. I hope that he gets the chance. Kevin Bryant, they can say anything they want to. Justin Herbert has went through 3 coaches. He's on his 3rd coach. Justin Herbert, in his amount of time in this league, has been nowhere close as good as Dak Prescott was in that same stretch. Nowhere near as successful. Dak Prescott is not the reason why Mike McCarthy was not successful. The reason why Mike McCarthy was not successful is the same reason he wasn't successful in his last 4 seasons in particular in Green Bay. The same reason. He's inept at play calling. He doesn't know how to use all the weapons that he has. CeeDee Lamb was not the only weapon on this team. He wasn't. He was not the only weapon. Kevontae Turpin should have been used way more. Rico Dowdle should have been the number 1 running back long ago. There are so many things on this team that Mike McCarthy could have done that he didn't do. I'll just tell you me. I'm the OC. I'm evaluating. As the OC, I'm going to evaluate who are my players that can make plays. Who are my playmakers? Who are my athletic players? Who are my speed players? Because I'm going to put all of these pieces in positions to where I can maximize them. Why didn't he ever use Hunter Lipke at tight end? Hunter Lipke is that versatile. Why didn't he use him at tight end? Why didn't he use Hunter Lipke in situations to where he could use him in the passing game? Why didn't he use Kevontae Turpin more? I've already showed all this stuff last night. There was a lot of things that Mike was not doing. A lot of things that Mike was not doing. Why did it take him so long to finally start running Rico Dowdle? Why? I'm not buying that Jerry Jones told Mike McCarthy, don't run Rico Dowdle. I'm not buying it. I'm absolutely not buying it. That was Mike McCarthy. Mike McCarthy was making a lot of these decisions. I'm not buying it. Willie T, I said it this morning. Dak Prescott is at a point in his career. Dak's going to get you 10 to 11 wins. You can book it. You can book it, Willie T. Dak's going to get you 9 to 10 wins. And if you ask any coach in the NFL, will they take that? I guarantee you, 32 out of 32 coaches will say, I'll take it. I'll take it. Because if he can guarantee 10 to 11 wins, surely we can manufacture 1 or 2 more. Surely we can manufacture 1 or 2 more, especially if we put some players around it. Duet Stem. I already did the video on John Gruden. Jerry Jones will not touch John Gruden with a 10-foot pole. John Gruden still has a court at the Nevada Supreme Court. He still has a case at the Nevada Supreme Court that's being examined. He's still trying to bring this lawsuit against Roger Goodell and the NFL, trying to make sure that his case doesn't go into arbitration in the NFL, because we know if it goes to arbitration, they're going to throw it in the trash. And so every owner in the NFL has been put on notice, Duet. Do not touch John Gruden. They already asked him about John Gruden, and Jerry Jones' answer was crazy. They said, what's your comment on that? I have no comment. He said, I have no comment. He said, John's a friend. But he wouldn't elaborate past that. He wouldn't say, hey, man, he's a great coach. Any team would be lucky to have him. He didn't go in none of those areas. You know why? Because he knows if John Gruden is successful on that case and he gets to take that case into a court of law, anything that anybody says about John Gruden will be fair game. This is why nobody's talking about John Gruden. So John Gruden will not be a candidate for the Cowboys. Media glazing Stroud. Man, Stroud looked okay. His defense was phenomenal. He looked okay, but his defense was phenomenal. His 2 wins against the Browns and with old man Flacco and the predictable and atrocious Chargers. You know why? But watch this, Azteca. You got to understand why they're glazing him. They have to. You know why? Because he beat the Golden Boy. See, they can't do him like they do Dak Prescott. See, when Dak Prescott beats a team, well, that team really wasn't that good. They can't do him like they do Dak Prescott. You know why? Because they've been hyping Justin Herbert up to Mount Olympus. And so if you beat Justin Herbert, you got to be good. No, Justin Herbert was awful. It was awful the other day. Awful. And the defense absolutely destroyed him. They destroyed him. They did. Freddie Morales, potential next Cowboys head coach. You know what? I don't think it's going to be Witten. Witten has no experience. Jerry is going to circle the block on Witten. I believe he circles the block on Witten. I think Witten's going to have to get a job somewhere before anybody looks at him as being a head coach. Jason Garrett, no way, no how. Jerry's not bringing back Jason Witten. Mike Tomlin is not coming to Dallas because I don't believe the Steelers are going to get rid of Mike Tomlin. And the dark horse is Jimmy. I know you're not talking about Jimmy Johnson. Man, do you know how much money Jimmy Johnson is making? Man, let me tell you something. You couldn't pay Jimmy Johnson. You couldn't pay Jimmy Johnson to come back. You couldn't pay. Let me see. You couldn't pay, Freddie. There is not enough money for Jimmy Johnson to come back to, let's see. You couldn't pay Jimmy Johnson enough money to get his butt out of that chair and come and coach any team. Any team. Jimmy Johnson. I want y'all to understand something about Jimmy Johnson. It says here that Jimmy Johnson is making something like $4 million a year. I'm just trying to tell you, I know we all love Jimmy Johnson. We all understand what he did for the Cowboys. Have y'all really listened to Jimmy Johnson's analysis on a week-to-week basis? Come on, man. Is Jimmy Johnson really giving us any analysis? Jimmy Johnson is literally looking at games like everyone else and just giving his doggone opinion. What analysis is he giving? Man, Jimmy is so far removed from the game. Nah. Jimmy wouldn't want no part of this stuff, man. Now, Jimmy, if you want him in a Consultant, man, yeah, maybe in a consultant role, but Jimmy coaching, Jimmy loved fishing. He loved fishing. He loved chilling. Nah, you ain't getting him back. I just hope they wait. I don't think they need to be in a rush. Just wait. That's all they need to do. Real Fan 1 says, if McCarthy threw this stuff down because Dak makes bad choices, imagine a real coach win if Dak messes up. I don't know, Real Fan. I just can't agree with you. And the reason why I can't agree with you, because we saw the same thing with Aaron bleeping Rodgers. It's not like we have not seen this picture before. This is why I'm showing us this. I showed us the article on Mike McCarthy. Anybody who watched football long enough, I remember Mike McCarthy. I can remember like yesterday, all these conversations they were having about Mike McCarthy in the media during games. He don't like to run the football. I mean, all of this stuff, they were talking about it. The problem with some of us, we just have such short memories. Man, they've been talking about this stuff with Mike McCarthy. This ain't new. We're acting brand new about Mike McCarthy, and there's nothing new about this situation. I remember this like yesterday, how they were talking about Mike McCarthy. People were ready for Mike McCarthy to be gone from the Green Bay Packers. And you know what's so crazy? Let me give y'all the real deal. Nobody was checking for Mike McCarthy. Tell me who was. Y'all tell me who was checking for Mike McCarthy before Jerry Jones went and got him. Tell me who was checking for him. Mike McCarthy had went into obscurity. Anybody want to guess why? Because everybody indicted him. Because everybody looked at him as being what was holding back Aaron Rodgers. He had Aaron Rodgers in his prime, did nothing with him. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. And making mistakes sometimes is a part of the game. But where does your coach make impact at? Where does he make impact on the field? With his play calling, with his situational play calling. Understand what's going on with his quarterback. I'm telling y'all. Y'all not listening to me. Some of y'all are watching football. You're not learning it. We're not learning it. We got to learn it. Just listen to some of the things that some of these experienced commentators are saying. They were talking about in the game last night, for example, for every successful pass, they run 2 runs. Really? That's exactly what you should do. And if your quarterback gets in a funk, run the ball. Hey, hold on, let's settle him back down. I've watched Ben Johnson do this with the Detroit Lions numerous occasions this year. Jared Goff is not a great quarterback. He's a good quarterback. He's not great. Jared Goff has to be settled down from time to time. You know what Ben does? He makes a couple of bad throws, settle down. Let's run the ball a couple times right here. All right, Jared is struggling a little bit. Let's get him a couple of easy ones. Let's get him a screen to the right. Let's get him a screen to the left. Let's get him back into a rhythm. Not Mike McCarthy with the stale as toast West Coast offense. No, Ben Johnson knows how to get Jared Goff back into a rhythm. Tom Brady has talked about this stuff on numerous broadcasts. When your quarterback is struggling, do you know what you do for your quarterback? You get him some easy throws. Get him some easy throws. Design some plays to where you know, hey, this receiver is going to be running wide open. Get some motion going. Get some rub routes. Get some crossing routes going. You manufacture your wide receivers to get open. And if you're diligent about the run game, you're not just running on the A gap and the B gap. No, we're going to get creative in the running game. We're going to get creative in the running game because we come to run today. Let me tell you something. When teams come to run, this is why I don't want Mike McCarthy. It's not my decision. I'm glad Jerry made it. Let me tell you something. When you want to run, you design plays to run. You show enough run. You don't just say, hey, man, let's do the obligatory up the middle. A gap, B gap. No, that's not what you do when you're intent on running. Watch the Detroit Lions. Watch them. They'll show you what running looks like. They'll show you what running the ball looks like. Look at the Baltimore Ravens. They'll show you what it means when you want to run the football. They'll show you what it looks like. Look at teams that really run the ball. Look at the Philadelphia Eagles. They'll show you what running the ball looks like because they're intently trying to run the ball. Why? Simple. Let's take some of this off this quarterback's plate. Nah. I don't care how much we paid him. I don't care how much we paid him. Let's take some of this responsibility off his plate. Jerry has been put on notice. Jerry Jones, you do not get to make this excuse anymore. Because we paid Dak, we can't put players around him. We're not listening to you no more. You don't get to make that excuse. Bro, we have come out of the matrix. Some of y'all still in it. This is why y'all still arguing about Dak Prescott. Every time I do a live stream, y'all in the comments, y'all up in here in the chat arguing about Dak Prescott, a quarterback that ain't going nowhere barring injury. Y'all still in the matrix. You're complaining about the one piece that ain't going nowhere. This is why I told you about Jerry. Me and Freddie, we starting on line on this. You can tell me anything you want to about Jerry. Jerry told Jane Slater something. She asked Jerry, have you ever thought about stepping down as a GM? Man, I love what Jerry told her. I don't love it, but I love it what he told her. No. This is why I bought the team. Can you argue with him? He can do whatever he wants to do with the team. He bought it. We don't have to like it. It don't mean we love it or like it. But it's his team. He can do what he want to do. So we know he's going to be the GM. So there's nothing we can do about that. So the next piece that we can, the interchangeable piece, the pieces that are not going to be changed in the next 3 seasons. Jerry Jones, barring death, Dak Prescott, barring injury. Those pieces are not changing. So all you complainers, get over yourselves. Get over yourselves. Cry me a river. They're not going anywhere. But the piece that we can change is the head coach. And Mike McCarthy, I'm still staying consistent. He didn't control the pieces that he can control. He didn't. Will Pounds, man, I don't want Sarkisian. You tell me, Will Pounds, I don't like the Sarkisian thing. I don't. I do not like the Sarkisian thing. I don't. I think the move is Ben Johnson. I really do think the move is Ben Johnson. Jerry should make the move for Ben Johnson. I'm very interested to see what he does, but I think he needs to make the move for Ben Johnson. CB got 10 picks, and I hope they don't use all 10. I hope they trade 3 of them to get back into the top in the 4th round. Real fan, Doug Peterson had a quarterback who didn't choke away big games. You're lying. See, real fan, see, this is where I have to get, see, y'all gonna stop coming on here dealing with me because y'all talking with your emotions. I'm talking facts. You're lying. You're absolutely lying with this statement. You said that Doug Peterson had a quarterback who didn't choke away big games. Real fan 1, I appreciate you, I respect you, but you're a liar. You're an absolute liar. You know how I know you're a liar? This is why he's not with the Jacksonville Jaguars. Stop lying. Stop lying. Trevor Lawrence has absolutely choked away big games for Doug Peterson. That's why he's available right now. You're lying. It's a flat-out lie. And Nick Foles had a super team around him. Stop it. You're a liar again. There is no universe where Nick Foles is better than Dak Prescott. You're a liar. I'll tell you straight up. I'm not like everybody else. You're a liar. You're talking with your emotions. You're not talking facts. You're a liar. There's nobody that'll tell you they'll take Nick Foles over Dak Prescott. That is absolutely foolishness. Nick Foles had a super team around him. That team was built for Carson Wentz. That team was not built for Nick Foles. It was a super team. Nick Foles stepped in that thing and won it. So now you got to tell me what Nick Foles did after that Super Bowl. Tell me, real fan 1. Tell me. Come on, man, stop it. I can't deal with people like I just can't deal with people. When you talk facts, I can deal with it. You start talking all this foolishness, I'm not listening to you. There is no universe where Nick Foles is better than Dak Prescott. Not a one. What did he do? What did he do after the Super Bowl? Help me out. Did he go on and keep going to the playoffs? What did he do? Help me out. Nick Foles is a hero for one season. What did he do? What did he do after that? What did he do before that? Nick Foles, you are a liar. You're a liar. And Doug Peterson is no longer in Jacksonville. You know why? Help me out, real fan. Is Nick Foles better than Trevor Lawrence? Stop it. Foolishness. Plain foolishness. Trevor Lawrence. There is no universe where Nick Foles is better than Trevor Lawrence. But that Philadelphia Eagle team was a team. They beat Tom bleeping Brady. They destroyed Bill Belichick's defense. This is just laughable. Talking about Doug Peterson having had quarterbacks that stop it. It's plain foolishness. Even Carson Wentz started flaking on Doug Peterson. What are you talking about? Why do you think Carson Wentz is no longer with the Eagles? Come on, man. Y'all got to start. I'm telling you, you got to get some facts, man, before you start. It's plain silliness. We're talking about that he didn't have players that choke. And I'm telling you, it is that mentality, real fan one. It is that mentality. If Jerry keeps that same mentality that you have, this team is still done. That's stupid talk. It's absolutely stupid talk. This team needs a team. It hasn't had a team. This team is too reliant. Actually, the problem is this team is too reliant on Dak Prescott. The Baltimore Ravens figured out something. We're too reliant on Lamar Jackson. We're too reliant on him. The Buffalo Bills have figured this out. We're too reliant on Josh Allen. We're not even going past the divisional rounds. The Bills have only been to the AFC Championship one time with Josh Allen. One time. They've only been one time, real fan one. Why? Why have they only been? Because they've been way too reliant on Josh Allen. You're a liar, sir. This is the problem with so many people. I've been around people like you who get emotional, and it's all Dak's fault. Never look at anything else going on in the game. Never will blame a Michael Parsons for not tackling. Never will blame a Trayvon Diggs for getting burned. Never will blame the defense for giving up 45 points. What did we give up against Green Bay? They'll never talk about the defense and how atrocious they were. They'll never talk about that. It's all Dak Prescott. It's amazing, real fan one. Got to help you with something because, see, it's people like you, and I don't mean that in a negative connotation. Just when I say people like you, people who just say things, but then they don't look at any facts. You said that Doug Peterson has had quarterbacks that don't choke. It's amazing what you said there. Because there's this thing called the internet, and it'll make a liar out of pretty much anybody who's just saying stuff off the top of their head, because it says here that Lawrence stopped short of the goal line as the Jags eliminated from the playoff race in a 28-20 loss to the dang on Tennessee Titans. Did he choke? I'm just wondering, did Lawrence choke? It's amazing because Doug Peterson is getting fired. Did Trevor Lawrence, who I said at once upon a time was a generational talent, and everyone else was saying the same thing about Trevor Lawrence, he was a generational talent. You say that he doesn't choke. It's strange to me. It's strange to me that this headline is making you into an absolute liar. I mean, it's just strange to me. It's strange to me that you said Doug Peterson had quarterbacks that didn't choke. It's strange to me that you said that, but Trevor Lawrence has done nothing but choke. He's done nothing but choke. This is why Doug Peterson doesn't have a job. This is exactly why he doesn't have a job. Mike McCarthy doesn't have a job, not because Dak Prescott chokes. Anybody with two eyes can understand something about why Mike McCarthy is not the coach. Because Mike McCarthy has not controlled what he can control. And when you look at Mike McCarthy coach teams, this has been a staple of his teams. He does not motivate teams. His teams they don't look prepared. Mike McCarthy's teams, before Dak Prescott, before the Dallas Cowboys, even with the Green Bay Packers, his teams don't look prepared. He doesn't seem to know how to use the weapons that he has. This is not a Dak Prescott thing. He did the same thing with Aaron Rodgers. Now, maybe if the Cowboys gave him 13 seasons, I'm pretty sure. Maybe he could pull one Super Bowl out with 13 seasons. But Jerry's saying something. I'm an old dog. I'm lying on the porch in front of the screen door. I don't chase the cars no more. I don't chase the squirrels no more. Jerry Jones is saying something. I'm an old dog. Mike McCarthy, I don't have time to give you 13 seasons, bro. I don't even have time to give you 10. You can't tell me. See, we keep talking about Dak Prescott. But Mike McCarthy needs to tell us how can he get the team. What can he do about the team? Micah Parsons, who had 0 tackles last year against the Green Bay Packers. Micah Parsons, who disappears down the stretch, but it's never his fault. He just keeps stacking up stats against bad teams. Dak Prescott does it. He's padding his stats. Micah Parsons, we're putting him in the categories with Reggie White. I was alive when Reggie White was alive. I watched Reggie White play. And the sacks that Reggie White got and the impact that Reggie White made on games are different than what I'm seeing for Micah Parsons. Reggie White was eating on everybody. Oh, of course, except when he's seen those 90s Cowboys. Except when he was going against those guys, the Larry Allens and the Russell Merrill. He wasn't eating on them necessarily. But I'm telling us, it don't look the same. And Mike McCarthy got issues with building teams. But again, it's just strange to me, real fan. One, you talking about Nick Foles, not a quarterback that chokes. It's amazing to me because I don't remember Nick Foles' career much more after that Super Bowl. Maybe you can tell me something. I don't remember it. I just don't remember it. Because as a matter of fact, how is it that Nick Foles wasn't a starter if he wasn't a choker? You see where you don't think? Because if Nick Foles is not a choker, then you have to explain to me now, how does a quarterback that's not a choker, how does he become the backup? How does Nick Foles become the backup? Strange to me. You're saying stuff that's just not making sense. How does Nick Foles, somebody's got to help me. Maybe I'm just not that smart. How does a quarterback that's not a choker, how does he become a backup? That's just absolutely strange to me. That's absolutely strange to me. The Philadelphia Eagles and Nick Foles. It is what it is. There's no hate on Nick Foles. He caught a genie in a bottle. He got the opportunity to start, not on a good team. Anybody remember that team that Nick Foles started on? I'm not going to make this a long discussion. Sometimes people got to do their own research. I'm not going to do it all for you. Anybody remember that team that Nick Foles played on? Was that team average or loaded? Help me out. Was that team average or loaded? I'll answer it for you. It was loaded. Let me read this super chat. Jay Recruiter in the crib. What's going on? Appreciate that $5 super chat. The Green Bay loss was the nail in the coffin. No matter what, Jerry said this season. Wasted year for the Cowboys. Yep. Now, thank you, Jay Recruiter. Let me keep your comment up on the screen here. Jay Recruiter, you know why that loss in particular was the nail in the coffin? That loss was the nail in the coffin because Jerry Jones realized something in that game. The coach that he had on his team was not better than Matt LaFleur. I want y'all to think about that game. Just recollect on that game. Did the Cowboys really look prepared? Because this is the same thing I'm saying about Mike McCarthy and his teams. This is just how his teams are. Did the Cowboys really look like a team that was prepared mentally to win that game? Because I talked about this last night, how Green Bay looked against the Philadelphia Eagles this year versus how they looked against the Cowboys last year. Maybe it's just me. Did anyone else get the impression that the moment the Green Bay Packers stepped on the field, they thought they were the better team on the field? I mean, they were literally playing the Cowboys like they knew they were going to beat them. And Jordan Love, the first thing he talked about, he didn't talk about Dak Prescott. He didn't say, hey, man, Dak Prescott's y'all quarterback, so, hey, we knew we was going to beat y'all. You know what he said? He said that when we saw y'all had safeties playing linebackers, we knew it was a wrap. Jordan Love beat us throwing the ball 21 times, I think it was last year. And the Green Bay Packers, they looked like they knew they were going to beat us. And our entire team, Dak Prescott, Micah Parsons, all of them, CeeDee Lamb, did anybody not realize they were all looking like a deer in headlights? All of them. Every last one of them. CeeDee Lamb is frustrated because he can't get the ball because the Green Bay Packers come out with a plan. We're going to double team you. We already know all we got to do is take you away from Dak Prescott. Y'all have no other wide receiver that's even a top 100 receiver after CeeDee Lamb. CeeDee Lamb is complaining. I can remember the game like yesterday. CeeDee Lamb is complaining. He banging on his chest and whatever else. He want the ball. He on the sideline complaining. What does Dak Prescott do? I wish we had that rookie quarterback, Dak Prescott, who ran up and grabbed the shoulder pads of Dez Bryant and told him, I'll throw it to you when you open. I'm sorry, I'd be way more afraid of Dez Bryant than CeeDee Lamb. CeeDee Lamb complained, and what did Dak Prescott do? He forced the ball to him. He forced the ball to him. He turned around, tried to go to Brandon Cooks. Mistake. The interception he threw to Brandon Cooks wasn't even Dak Prescott's fault. Brandon Cooks should not be playing the receiver. He should not be playing at that particular spot at receiver. That's not his game. He's not actually, people don't realize it. Tom Brady talked about it. The way the Cowboys are using Brandon Cooks is not the way Brandon Cooks has been used his entire career. We are the ones who are using him like this in this old stale as toast West Coast offense. Nobody used him like that. When I first heard about Brandon Cooks, I was actually surprised. I thought Brandon Cooks was maybe some of y'all are probably more familiar with him than me. I thought he was a big wide receiver. I just hadn't followed him like that. I mean, I just hadn't. I mean, I'd seen him. I just hadn't looked at him like that. But then when he got to the Cowboys, I realized something. I was like, man, this dude is small. I didn't realize Brandon Cooks was so small. And this is one of the reasons why when he started playing with the Cowboys, you notice how his career looks. It don't look the same. His career does not look the same with the Cowboys. Why? Because of the way that we're using him. You don't believe me? Let me show you something that's insane. This is Brandon Cooks. I didn't realize until Tom Brady started talking about it. He was like, nah, man. He said Brandon Cooks he's a vertical receiver. He gets vertical on you, man. He is a burner. Look at this dude's career. He's with the Saints in 2014. He was 53 for 553 touchdowns. 2015, 84, 11, 38, 9 touchdowns. 2016 with the Saints, 78 receptions, 11 73, 8 touchdowns. Got with the Patriots, 65 receptions. This was insane with Tom Brady. 1,082, 7 touchdowns. He got with the Rams. He was 80 for 1204, 57 touchdowns. 2019, I think he got hurt that year. He was 42, 583. I think he got hurt in a couple of these years, but I think he was hurt. I remember Brandon Cooks, I think he was hurt with the Rams. He was 42, 583 for 2 touchdowns. Look at him with the Texans. 81 for 1150, 6 touchdowns. 90 for 1037, 6 touchdowns. We know what happened the last season with the Texans. If I'm not mistaken, he was hurt with the Texans in that last season, and he wanted out. All kinds of things was going on. Look at him with the Cowboys. He was 54 for 657. He had 8 touchdowns, but he 54 for 657. This is, of course, Dak Prescott's all-pro season. And then this year, he was hurt again. But in the grand scheme of things, we really haven't even used Brandon Cooks. We've been using him wrong. He can't do what we want him to do as far as these short routes against bigger cornerbacks. It's a mismatch. It really is a mismatch. And the cornerback basically climbed over the top of Brandon Cooks. Made a great play on the ball, period. End of story. But I'm saying all that to say, when you think about the Green Bay game last year, and I had a knock on Mike McCarthy then, because if you looked at the Green Bay Packers and you just didn't look at the records, you would have thought the Green Bay Packers was a team with the 12 wins. They looked like they knew they were going to beat us. Did y'all notice how they looked against the Eagles? They didn't look the same. Green Bay did not look the same against the Eagles. And it's not because of the injuries. No, they didn't look the same. They did not look the same at all. They did not look like a team who thought they were going to beat the Eagles. No, they looked like a team that they was kind of like, man, the Eagles are better than us. That's how they looked. But Jay Recruiter, you hit it right on the head. For Matt LaFleur, it's not the first time he beat Mike McCarthy. I think it was the second time. And both times, they both were terrible. Both of them. Not one of them. Let me see. I think it was twice he beat the Cowboys. It wasn't it? I think Matt LaFleur has beat the Cowboys. I think Matt LaFleur has beat the Cowboys twice. And in both of them, it was the playoff game, and I think it was a regular season game, because I remember the game that the Cowboys played them, and Mike McCarthy going back to the old street. I guess he got a street or something named after him and all this stuff, and how he was acting first time back at the stadium. And I remember in that game, and I'm sitting there looking, going like, what's going on with this dude? You back in Green Bay and it's all sentimental to you? Man, you should have been back in Green Bay talking about we about to put foots up in them. Got ran off the field. You go down a little bit more. Jimmy Johnson wasn't that impressive when he cut. Stop it, Sunny Days. I've already made that argument. Freddie said, gee, you said McCarthy was not going to get fired by the boys, and look what just happened. Well, keep in mind, Freddie, he didn't get fired. McCarthy didn't get fired. Let's be clear on that, Freddie. McCarthy didn't get fired. McCarthy's contract is up. They didn't fire him. His contract is up. This is not a firing. I don't know if people are calling it a firing. It's not a firing. No, he's not coming back. It's a difference. They couldn't see eye to eye. He didn't get fired. Now, what I said was, and I'm going to repeat what I said. I won't believe he's gone until the press conference and he's packing up his office. But the second thing, if you notice what I started saying 2 weeks ago, I said it and I said it again. Something wasn't right. Jerry was bragging on Mike McCarthy too much. If Jerry wanted to sign Mike McCarthy, he'd have signed Mike McCarthy during the season. We didn't need nothing else. What else did he need to see from Mike McCarthy? Dak Prescott was hurt. A lot of injuries on the team. Went with a younger team. What else did he really need to see from Mike McCarthy? Jay Recruiter, let me put this back up here, what you said. Jay Recruiter hit this right on the head. The Green Bay loss was the nail in the coffin. I totally agree. I have never seen a team. I've never seen a team and owner act the way Jerry Jones acted after that loss. Jerry Jones lost his mind. Jerry Jones really thought the last year, and really, shame on Jerry. And this is one of the reasons why Dan Quinn betrayed him by changing up his defense. Dan Quinn was upset with Jerry. So we think that Dan Quinn actually wanted to go into the playoffs with safeties at linebacker. We really believe that. We went into this game one wide receiver. This is Jerry's fault too. Always wanting people to do more with less. This is Jerry's fault. We were not equipped to win in the playoffs last year. See, we don't realize it, but the trend actually started last year. The Green Bay Packers showed us the trend that we're currently watching. Y'all know what the Green Bay Packers could do last year? Run the ball. They could absolutely run the ball, and they ran us out of Dallas. They literally ran us out of our own stadium. Run the ball and stop the run. Y'all notice what all these teams look like this year? They can run the ball. And it's the same thing last year. The teams that could run the ball. Could the San Francisco 49ers run the ball? Christian McCaffrey ran the ball so good. Now, all of a sudden, he's hurt. Now they're talking about they don't know what they're going to pay Brock Purdy. They don't know what they're going to pay Brock Purdy right now. Jerry's been put on notice. Jerry has been put on notice, and we're going to see what he's going to do. Mills, I'm with you. We need to get big up front. Yep. We need ball balking safeties like the Lions have. Yep. And Mills, we got to go back to a power run game. This is how they won with Troy Aikman. They didn't ask Troy to do all this throwing like they got Dak Prescott doing. They didn't need Troy to do all this running like we want Dak Prescott to do. No. Go get him a doggone running game. Go get him a doggone running game, man. That's it. Game said the Jets were the only team I remember being interested in McCarthy after the Packers fired him. They opted for Adam Gase. Man, hey, game bomber. Man, nobody was checking for Mike. I remember when the Dallas Cowboys started talking about Mike McCarthy, I was like, thought he was done coaching. I really thought he was done coaching. And here he is back. I mean, my wife had to remind me. She was like, well, he ain't been out of coaching that long. It seemed like it was that long. Because nobody was checking for him. I wasn't hearing Mike McCarthy's name come up. Then all of a sudden, I hear him having nachos and beer with Jerry Jones, and the next thing I know, he the coach. me move down a little further. I want us to look at this article real quick. I'm gonna move on down. I want to go to this article real quick on Athlon Sports. Them talking about Mike McCarthy. So let me again say what I think before we read this article. I'm wondering if it's about a couple of things. But the biggest thing for me I'm wondering is it the play calling why they didn't bring him back? Is it the play calling? Is it something around his play calling of why they didn't bring him back? I'm really wondering. Let's read this article. So, Cowboys breaking as Coach Mike McCarthy is out due to one major problem. The Cowboys' hope with the first Mike McCarthy hiring was that he would elevate the team to the next level. Now that hope is dead. So let's see who wrote this article. Mike Fisher. All right. It says, as it relates to decisions about the foundation of his Dallas Cowboys team owner Jerry Jones, just made it an enormous one. Head coach Mike McCarthy with a future here, very much up in the air as his 5-year contract was hours away from expiring, is out of the Cowboys' employ. McCarthy entered this season without an extension in place for 2025. A sensible move by the Joneses family, given that a year ago the team was reeling from an upset blowout home loss at the hands of the Packers. Jay Recruiter, they never got over it. In play after that, a blow-it-up plan. I called it playing demolition. Pointed toward 2025 that was definitely about a roster build and maybe about a coaching staff reboot as well. It says, but Jones spent most of the year voicing support for his lame duck coach. I've been talking about that too. Even as this year's wounded team finished a dismal 7-10. Critics poked at Dallas for being slow to decide here, but McCarthy could have opted to decline the Cowboys' offer and leave Dallas himself and take a head coach gig elsewhere. Great point, Mike Fisher. Great point, Mike Fisher. I didn't even think about this. Mike Fisher could have just walked away. How much money could have missed for 1 week? I mean, what was going to happen to him? So it's obvious that he wanted to be here. It says, indeed, NFL.com reports that the years on the deal, the years on the deal was a major stumbling block. There is interest in him as evidenced by the Chicago Bears' request to interview him in addition to the New Orleans Saints rumors. In the end, what is dysfunction to some is due diligence to the Joneses. The Cowboys' hope with Mike McCarthy hiring was that he would elevate the team to the next level. That, frankly, did not happen. In 84 games, the former Super Bowl winner posted a record of 49-35, highlighted by having led the team to 3 consecutive 12-win seasons with playoff berths. After all of the Belichick and Deion Sanders and infinitum rumors, the Cowboys tried to stay the course, but years on the deal became the one major problem. So, I want to hear the rest of this story. But I don't know if y'all remember, we talked about this during this whole saga too. Because I was saying that if the Cowboys extended Mike McCarthy, I said I would only extend him for 2 years. That's me. I would extend him for 2 years with the understanding you might not make it through those 2 years, but you'll still get paid for them because coaches still get paid for them. So I think Jerry wanted a very quick plan. I'm wondering if he only wanted him for 3 years because the Dallas Cowboys can get from under, and get from under is an understatement. To say that they're going to get from up under Dak Prescott's contract is really an understatement because they're still going to be paying him. If they cut him, they're going to have to kick the remainder of that money into the void years. But I just wonder if they only wanted him for 2 more. Maybe they wanted him for only 2 more. Maybe they even wanted him on a 1-year deal. Y'all remember what Jerry said in his tolerance of ambiguity? Jerry talked about an incentive deal. Who knows? He might only wanted him on a 1-year deal. But basically, it seems that Mike McCarthy said that deal was too short. And so he's out. So that tells you something, that Jerry Jones was willing to bring. And I wonder if there was more to this also, because not only are you going to bring him back on shorter years, I just wonder if they were going to still let him call the plays. I just wonder if they were going to still let him call the plays. And so people are saying, I don't understand this. I do not understand this rationale by the media. It says here, I'm just looking at more articles as these things are just coming out about this Mike McCarthy stuff. I don't understand this stuff. How does Jerry Jones, why is he facing backlash over the Mike McCarthy decision? Why is he? I don't understand the backlash part. I don't understand it. It says, let me read something here. Let's see. It says, McCarthy entered the 2024 season on the final year of his contract, and although owner Jerry Jones publicly supported the head coach, I've been talking about that. That's one of the things that probably has people confused, not me. The moment he started bragging on him, the way he started bragging on him, that's when my spidey senses went off. I said it at the beginning. I don't think you brag on somebody as much as Jerry Jones bragged on Mike McCarthy, and you don't go ahead and sign him when you already have that power to do so. It says they failed to offer him a new contract. Following the 2024 campaign in which the team finished 7-10, McCarthy and the Cowboys reportedly started contract negotiations, but those reached an abrupt end this morning. I just wonder how many years they offered him. I wonder how many years they offered him. It says, according to multiple reports, the Cowboys have moved from Mike McCarthy and won't be offering him a new contract. I'm just wondering, how many did they offer him? Because, I mean, what could be the least amount they could offer Mike McCarthy? I mean, what would be the embarrassing part? I mean, if they gave him a 3-year deal, I'd be cool with that. Man, you're older. You get 3 years, don't work, you can move on. It makes me wonder. Because I said myself, if I brought him back, it would only be for 2 years. And as a matter of fact, I would put his replacement on the team. I would actually put his replacement on the team. And with the understanding, you're going to probably be in a mentor role. I need you to mentor the guy that I'm bringing on, and I'm going to pay you to do it. But he's out. Again, I'm not buying what you're saying, Ricky. Not buying it. I'm not buying it. I'm gonna show you again. See, you can't make people you can't make people like you into a believer. So there's just nothing you can do. There's just nothing you can do. But again, what you're saying is a lie. It's a bold-faced lie. I'm not even going to read your comments. I'll let people read it if they want to. I just kind of read a part of it. But you're saying, oh, it's because of what Dak Prescott couldn't do. You're a liar. And I'm going to show you again because I'm tired of doing, I get tired of doing people's homework. But I'm going to show you again why people like you are lying when you say it's Dak Prescott. You're a liar. And I'm going to tell you straight up. You're a liar. It's strange to me. It's strange to me that people like you keep talking about Dak Prescott. But when we look at the reason why he got fired in Green Bay, this has nothing to do with the Dallas Cowboys. Absolutely nothing. It has nothing to do with Dak Prescott. Let me see if this is the article I want to look at. Here it is again. I just got to keep reminding people because people have short-term memory. Let me help you folk with short-term memory. It says the move wasn't a surprise, but the timing was. They fired Mike McCarthy in week 13. Listen to what this says. Was this with the Dallas Cowboys? McCarthy's grip on the offense had become a detrimental one. Is that Dak Prescott? You're a liar. Lies. Straight up lies. I don't know what else to tell you. You're a liar. Point blank, you're a liar. This has nothing to do with Dak Prescott. Absolutely nothing. Mike McCarthy's grip on the offense had become a detrimental one. Somebody tell me Mike McCarthy's offense is good. Tell me, I dare you. I dare you to tell me that Stellar's Coast, West Coast offense is good. I dare you. You're a liar if you tell me it is. And now we realize something. We realize now why Dak Prescott, we're giving Mike McCarthy all the credit for the season that Dak Prescott had last season. When Mike McCarthy, talking about Mike Zimmer, admitted it himself. When I took over play calling for Kellen Moore, I left Kellen Moore's system in place. I left it in place for Dak Prescott's benefit. All Mike McCarthy did was modify Kellen Moore's system. He modified it. He added a few of his own. And the strange thing is, if you think about it, how they sucked until people kept talking so bad about him. Then they went to a pure, what they call Texas Coast. Isn't it strange the season that Dak Prescott had? Tore it up. Second team All-Pro. Runner-up MVP. One of the best seasons of his career. Running the hybrid offense of Kellen Moore and Mike McCarthy. Because Mike McCarthy said he told Mike Zimmer, I look back and regret the same thing too. I wish I would have did it my way from the beginning. I'm glad you didn't. I'm glad you didn't do it the way you wanted to do it from the beginning, Mike McCarthy, because when you did it your way, we noticed what it looked like. We keep talking about this team and these injuries. No. After that Cleveland Browns game, this team was already falling apart. It was already falling apart. The play calling was atrocious. We looked terrible against the Saints. Terrible against the Baltimore Ravens. We looked terrible. The Saints beat us so bad, people thought the Saints were going to the Super Bowl. Look at them now. Mike McCarthy, this has nothing to do with Dak Prescott. Anybody think this is something to do with Dak Prescott again, you're a liar. This ain't nothing to do with any of those things. Mike McCarthy's grip on the offense became a detrimental one as the explosives, the once explosive Packers, were the Dallas Cowboys explosive last year? I just get tired of the lies. Somebody tell me some truth, I can deal with it. I get tired of the lies. These folks who talk about Dak Prescott, you need to go somewhere else. You're a liar. You're a liar. Period in the story. And you want it both ways. You want to give Mike McCarthy, we got folk, they want to give Mike McCarthy all the credit in the world. They want to give Mike McCarthy all the credit in the world. It's amazing to me. Even the media does this. They want to give Mike McCarthy all the credit in the world. They want to say, hey, man, Mike McCarthy, 3 12-win seasons. and in the same breath, they talk bad about Dak Prescott. Make it make sense. How does Mike McCarthy get 3 12-win seasons in a row, but Dak Prescott is trash, but Dak Prescott is the quarterback doing those 3 12-win seasons? Make it make sense. Hypocrites and liars. I'm going to call it what it is. Hypocrites and liars. That's all it is. Hypocrites and liars. You can't tell me in the same sentence it's not Mike McCarthy's fault because they won 12 games with Mike McCarthy 3 seasons in a row, but then you tell me Dak Prescott is trash. You're a liar then. Because if Dak Prescott is trash, then who gets the credits for the win? Last time I checked, somebody got to help me out. My eyes may be bad. Last time I checked, Mike McCarthy didn't line up on the center. Help me out. Help me out. You go back and you look at these seasons. 23, 22, and 21. And there has been one thing that has been consistent with the Dallas Cowboys, even before Mike McCarthy was calling plays. Dak Prescott has been eating on these teams. 29, 20, 41, 36, 44, 35, 20, 16, 43, 9, 33, 27, 27, 21, 56. Dak Prescott has been eating on these teams. Eating on these teams. 51 points. For you folk in the back, y'all don't understand something. Do you not realize that there has not been one quarterback in this league better than Dak Prescott during those 3 seasons other than Patrick Mahomes? There's been nobody better. Absolutely nobody better. There has been nobody better. The problem is there's been nobody better than our quarterback other than Patrick Mahomes. But there have been teams that have been better than our teams all 3 of those seasons. They've been better than our team. They haven't been better than our quarterback. Dak Prescott has been at the top of every statistical category for 3 seasons. In the story, there's no discussion. How does Mike McCarthy get the credit for 3 12-win seasons in a row, but Dak Prescott is trash and he don't get credit for any of that stuff? How did he get the 12-win seasons? You go back and look. Dak Prescott got hurt in 2022. Came back after the Eagles game. Only again, 24, 49, 28, 40, 28, 54, 27, 34, 40, 27, 6. 31 in the NFL wild card round. Got beat by the San Francisco 49ers 19-12. How do you do this? How do you get 3-12? It's amazing. The conversation changes when it comes to Dak. When it comes to Mike McCarthy, hey, man, he got to be good. He got 3 12-win seasons in a row. Wait, Dak got to be trash. He got 3 12-win seasons in a row. It's stupid. It's stupid. It's absolutely stupid. Willie T, what in the hell are you talking about? No coach wants a 2-year extension. Then you don't want to play for me. I know exactly what I'm talking about. You want me to explain it to you? I'm telling you in English. I don't know any other way to tell you, Willie T. You know what that tells you, Willie T? Maybe you're not reading the tea leaves. Let me translate the tea leaves for you. They didn't want Mike McCarthy. They didn't want him, Willie T. That's what I'm telling you. They didn't want him. And I don't want him if he don't want 2 years. I don't want him. That's what the hell I'm talking about. You want to know what the hell I'm talking about? That's what the hell I'm talking about. That's why Jerry said you got to get gone. If I offer you 2 years, Willie T, I'm pretty sure you're probably not going to take it. Get gone then. Because I don't want to see you around here more than 2. Because I'm telling you, I'm setting you up when I set you right. Because I would love to hear the rest of the story. Because I'm going to set you up. I'm letting you know up front, Willie T. Not only do I only want you for 2 years, because I don't even want you to be the coach, but I just need to get the coach ready who's going to take your spot. Is that clear enough for you? Is that clear enough for you? You don't think Jerry knew that no coach, you said no coach wants 2 years. Okay. Then you don't want to be here then. See, people don't understand negotiating. If I make you an offer that's beneath you, and I know you got options, am I really negotiating? Or am I just kind of telling you, I don't want you then? Because this is the only way that I'm going to have you. Because didn't I tell y'all, the one thing you don't do, don't devalue yourself. Okay. Because I'm going to try to devalue you. I said it before, I say it again. I don't think this team likes Mike McCarthy's coaching. I think this team likes Mike McCarthy, the man, the father figure. I don't think this team likes the coaching. Because if they like the coaching, they're crazy. And this is one of the reasons why I said, as much as I like Dak Prescott, when Dak started talking about he wanted Mike McCarthy to come back, I said, no. No, don't give him what he wants. I understand Dak's going to be 31. Dak don't want change. No, this is the very reason why you don't want him. This is the very reason why you don't want him. No way. 1977's Dallas Sports says, gee, when I do my next video on YouTube, what should I say about the Cowboys owner? Yeah, I don't know. I can tell you this. I don't understand the backlash. I like this move. I love it. I love this move. I actually wish, now, I don't even wish he would have offered him the 2 years or the 3 or whatever he offered him. I just wish he would have said, hey, we're going to go ahead and let you talk to Chicago or whatever the case may be. That's all I can tell you. Ricky Madison, what's going on? No cap, what's going on? Does Jerry Jones have a plan? Yes. I believe Jerry Jones has a plan. Jerry Jones has a plan. No cap. You don't make a man an offer. Watch this. You ever notice what happens when you're negotiating with somebody? What do they typically do? They either meet your demands or what do? They make you an offer that you can't refuse. Do I really want you if I make you an offer you can refuse? If I make you an offer that you can refuse, we do realize that there's a chance you're going to refuse the offer. There's a chance you're going to refuse the offer. Okay? I'm prepared for you to refuse the offer. And I've learned something in negotiation. I've been a person, used to be in the retail world. And, done some of this type of stuff. And typically when someone makes you an offer that you can refuse, because you know it's beneath you, the offer they're making. And if you accept that, you better believe there's something else. There's something else they're also going to want you to concede to. I guarantee you it wasn't going to be just the years. I guarantee you. I guarantee you it wasn't going to just be the years. I guarantee you it was going to be more than that. I guarantee it was going to be more than that. But the years, I just think at the end of the day, I think Jerry has a plan. Dallas Sports says it's not Dak's fault. Blame owners. Bad coaching strategy. Mike McCarthy. Who we should blame? Now, I have been consistent about Mike McCarthy. We know Jerry meddles. We know that the team, he doesn't quite have the team that he wants. Jerry hasn't done anything in free agency. Jerry doesn't do this. We know. But as James Jones said, if Mike McCarthy said he's got more control than he had in Green Bay, he lacks the control that he's had, then he's got to take some of the blame for this stuff. He's got to take some of the blame. Who else can you blame? He has to take some of the blame for it. And my stand on Mike McCarthy, it's been consistent. The part I don't like about him is the part that he can control. It's terrible. Mike McCarthy is a terrible play caller. I don't understand how is that even up for discussion? Because for all the talk about Dak, I find it to be strange. He was 12 wins with Kellen Moore calling. He was 12 wins with Mike McCarthy calling. He was 13 with Jason Garrett. You got a quarterback that can win. That's the first. This is the part people don't understand. You have solved that part of the puzzle. The quarterback can win. That's not a problem. It's not like we don't have a quarterback that can't win. No, we got a quarterback that can win. So what can we do to help him win? What can we do to help him win big games? What can we do to win in the playoffs? How about we build a team? How about we build a team around him? How about we stop expecting this quarterback to be Superman? The same way we did to Tony Romo. You want to know why we call Tony Romo Tony Ono? We continuously put Tony Romo in situations to where it was Tony Romo a bust. We continue to put him in those situations. You know what's happened to this team? I just showed you Dak Prescott over the last 3 seasons. Dak Prescott in those 12-win seasons. This team was Dak Prescott. This team was Dak Prescott. When you look at these numbers, this team was Dak Prescott. It was. And this is why Jerry Jones was saying this stupid stuff. Well, we're only going to go as far as Dak take us. Watch this. Baltimore Ravens not saying that no more. Philadelphia Eagles are not saying that no more about Jalen Hurts. They're not. Kyle Shanahan tried to say it about Jimmy Garoppolo and then Brock Purdy. Now, it's not going to be about the quarterback taking us anywhere. We're going to build a team. And in particular, we're going to build a power run game and a defense. That's what a lot of these teams are doing. I don't understand why no one can see. And I know a lot of us see this. It's just the Dak haters that don't see this. Because we keep wanting to believe that we've had great teams around Dak. No, we haven't. We've had some players. We've had some great players around Dak. But I have yet to see Jerry build a team since Jimmy Johnson. I don't think there is any time since Jimmy we can actually say we've had a good team. I think we got close with the Travis Frederick, the Tyron Smith, the Zach Martin. I think we got close. But even if you look at the Tony Romo years, there was some deficiencies. And the team, again, the team that we keep comparing this Dallas Cowboy team to, it is the 92 through 96 Cowboys. That's the team who we keep comparing them to. Tell me the deficiencies on the 92 through 96 Cowboys. Tell me. Name me a season between 92 and 96 where you said there were deficiencies on the Dallas Cowboys team. Name them. Because Tony Romo nor Dak Prescott have benefited from that Herschel Walker trade, have not benefited from having a super team, have not benefited from having Jimmy Johnson, have not benefited from having a super staff around Jimmy Johnson, have not benefited from a Jerry Jones who was not about the money at that time, who was actually about winning so that he could get the money. Tell me when they've had those teams. Man, we're so arrogant. We're so arrogant because we're the Dallas Cowboys. We're America's team. Our fan base is arrogant. We just will not admit it. I'm sorry. I'm just telling you the truth. In these last 3 12-win seasons, there is not a season that I thought we were absolutely dominant and nobody could beat us. But I always had that feeling in the 90s. Some of us are older. Anybody in them 90s Cowboys, I challenge you. You cannot tell me there was ever a game between 92 and 96. You cannot tell me there was ever a game or a playoff game that you thought we were going to lose. We could have literally went 16-0 in those seasons. And it wasn't because of Troy Aikman. I've already shown this. Y'all please start doing your own homework. Go look at Troy Aikman's numbers. Troy Aikman's numbers will blow your mind. Even between 92 and 96, Troy Aikman's numbers will blow your mind. There were a lot of people saying, why is Troy going to the Hall of Fame? He got 3 Super Bowls. You know what they were looking at? His stats. They were not only looking at his stats, they were looking at him pre-92, post-96. Troy Aikman and that Dallas Cowboys 90s team, we call them the 90s team. Do we not realize they really only dominated the league 5 years? They only dominated 5, and really 4. 92, 93, they didn't go in 94, 95. They dominated 4 years. That's it. No more, no less. No more, no less. We called them the 90s team as if they dominated the entire 90s. They actually didn't. They didn't actually dominate the entire 90s. They were just so dominant for 4 years that they should have won 4 in a row. They literally should have won 4 in a row. If Jerry would have let Jimmy continue to coach, I believe they win 4 in a row. Just like that. I believe they win 4 in a row. And the shrewd operator Jimmy was, they probably get 6 or 7. Just like the Patriots did with Tom Brady. They probably get 6 or 7 with Jimmy Johnson as the coach. Because the team was that doggone good. We never asked. I'm sorry. We never asked Troy. I don't want to hear this stuff. Well, but when we needed him. Tell me when we needed him. As in, when did we really ever need Troy to say, Troy, put the team on your back? No, we didn't. No, we didn't. This team had accountability. They not only had 1 superstar, they not only had 2 superstars, they not only had 3 superstars, they not only had 4 superstars, they not only had 5 superstars. The Dallas Cowboys were loaded with stars. Offensive line, top 10 defenses. People don't even give them credit for the top 10 defenses. People don't even talk about them. If you let people tell it, the only reason why we won in the 90s was Troy, Emmett, and Irvin. Lies. Complete lies. Complete lies. No. We owned both lines of scrimmage. We owned them. We owned both lines of scrimmage. Nobody could stand us. Our running game was so good. I mean, I used to joke about this years ago, and I still do today. The Dallas Cowboys were so good in the 92 through 96 season. And it was really the 95, but the 92, 93, 94, 95. They were so good. The Dallas Cowboys would literally line up, and you knew what side they were running on. I mean, they could tell you what side they were lining on. I mean, they could tell you which way they were running. They could literally tell you, hey, you do know we're about to run Emmitt Smith up the middle, right? But there's nothing you can do about it. You do know we're about to run Emmitt to the right, but there's nothing you can do about it. We're going to run Emmitt to the left. Oh, by the way, there's nothing you can do about it. Oh, we're going to pitch this ball to Emmitt Smith on a quick pitch to the right. Oh, there's nothing you can do about it. We're going to do it, and we're going to execute it, and we're either going to get this first down or we're going to score. That's how dominant that team was. Tell me one team Tony Romo and Dak Prescott's played on that we were that dominant. Give me one team. Give me one team. You're not going to be able to tell me because we've never had that team since Jimmy was here. We've never had that team. Give me a team we've been that dominant. Charles Haley rushing off the edge. Already with a top 10 defense. Lost in 94. When he got Deion Sanders. Won in the 95-96 season. Please tell me when we've had a cornerback as good as Deion Sanders, who wasn't one player, he was three. Cornerback, wide receiver, punt returner. Please tell me. Tell me when we've had a cornerback in the Tony Romo and Dak Prescott era that we could say, hey, shut down one side of the field. Tell me when. Tell me when. We haven't even had a running game as good as Emmitt Smith and that offensive line. We haven't had it since then. But the teams that we keep comparing to, it's that one. We've never been there. We haven't been there. We haven't been close to there. And in these 3 12-win seasons, I'm sorry, I got bad news for us. You want to know why we've gotten beat? Because there were teams that were better than us. In the story, they were better than us. Y'all can tell me anything you want to about the San Francisco 49ers. They were better than us. You know how I know? How many Super Bowls have they went and not won? How many Super Bowls have they went to and not won in the last 5 years? They've only went up against Patrick Mahomes. I mean, I don't know what else to tell you. I mean, there's really been, three Super Bowl winners in the last few years? Maybe 4? I'm telling you, man, we do not understand. We have a view of this team that is absolutely skewed. And all we do is blame the quarterback. I'm sorry, he's the least of our problems. If you got a quarterback that can guarantee you 10 wins, 11 wins, 12 wins, go back and look at Dak Prescott's record with both Jason Garrett and Mike McCarthy. It'll blow your mind. The quarterback hasn't been the problem. He hasn't been. One, they haven't built teams. Micah Parsons talked about this in his last podcast, and I really applaud him for it. With all the crazy stuff that he says, I applaud him for it. He said, I hope in this offseason, we build a culture. Strange he says that. Strange. Y'all don't find it strange that Micah Parsons said that we build a culture? So you're telling me Mike McCarthy's been here 5 years and you haven't built a culture? You want to know why he kept talking about Dan Quinn? Because Dan Quinn had built a culture similar to what he's building with the Commanders. He had built that culture with the defense. He had built that culture with the defense and the way that defense was playing. Even though that defenses that he built, they were built for speed. They were undersized defenses. But they were playmaking defenses because they were playing together as a team. They got to the ball. Wherever the ball was, they got to the ball. I remember they were saying this early on when Dan Campbell got here. That, he made them focus on everybody getting to the ball. They were gang tackling, strip sack fumbles. They were leading the league in turnover ratio. Why? Because Dan Quinn had them playing like a team. And Mike Zimmer's defense took a while to catch on because they were reluctant to embrace that. Mike Zimmer is a lot more disciplined, a lot more old school defensive coach. It took them time to embrace it. And even then, as good as Mike Zimmer did with less, he could only hold it for so long. Secondary play would let him down. I mean, he could really hold it for so long. But Dan Quinn, man, I know we're mad at him because he betrayed us. He did. He absolutely did. But he built a great culture on the defense. And that's why they missed him so much. Willie T. No, I'm not buying it. Jerry actually did nothing wrong. Willie T, what did he do wrong? What did he do wrong? What did Jerry Jones actually do wrong? What did he do wrong? So you're telling me he did Mike McCarthy wrong by letting Mike McCarthy finish out his contract? So you call that being wrong? Todd Archer is now reporting that Mike McCarthy made $8 million. So you're telling me that Jerry Jones allowing Mike McCarthy to finish out his contract and make another $8 million. So you're telling me that's wrong. And Mike McCarthy, even with everything going on, Mike McCarthy still had a say-so in his career. And I'm telling you, if I'm Jerry Jones, I have no hate for Mike McCarthy. You keep overlooking the facts. I've showed you the facts of why he got fired in Green Bay. Tell me he looks any different. Mike McCarthy doesn't look any different than he looked when he got fired in Green Bay. Mike McCarthy has always been able to win during the regular season. He's always been able to win in the regular season. But if you look at some things that Mike McCarthy did this year, it was some of the same things he was doing even in the 12-win seasons. I was never convinced on Mike even in the 12-win seasons because we were not winning. Even with Dak Prescott absolutely showing out in some of those big games, we would have plays. We would have penalties. There would be things that would happen outside of Dak Prescott's control would be the reason why we would lose some of those games. No. I just don't think he did anything wrong. I just think the way people blow things out of proportion. He let him come back. Mike Fisher said something, Willie T. Because I'm going to tell you something. I'm built different. Guess what I have the option to do if I don't like it? See, this is where you're not getting it. If I don't like something, guess what I have the option to do? Do y'all know what y'all have the option to do if you don't like something? I mean, it's strange to me. You're getting paid $8 million, but you know you're getting done wrong, but I digress. So you don't like something. Do you not have the opportunity to say, I'm not going to do that? I quit. Fire me because I'm not doing that. Oh, I'm not coming back for the last year. You have options. You have options. He could have used his option to do what he wanted to do. He didn't do it. So you think I'm going to blame Jerry Jones for bringing him back? Jerry Jones gave him an opportunity to do more with less. But he also gave him an opportunity to make $8 million. He took it. He's took it and he's gone. Chanel. McCarthy is a prehistoric dinosaur. That's the part nobody wants to deal with, Chanel. Willie T especially don't want to deal with it. You said it right. His offense scheme is garbage. It is. It's terrible. It's terrible. There's no other way to get around it. It's terrible. Game bomber. Yep. They put Dak in the same situations. I'm sure you're talking about what I'm talking about with Tony Romo. They put him in the same situations. I got news for y'all. Jimmy didn't put Troy in those situations. Very rarely. Very rarely was Troy Aikman put in those positions. No. Troy Aikman didn't beat teams. The Dallas Cowboys beat teams in the 90s. They beat teams. They beat teams because Jimmy built a team. Jimmy built a bona fide team, and they beat teams and they beat teams down. End of story. They beat teams. Get a powerful team and a great running back and 2 great wide receivers. That's it. They already got the wide receiver. The line is coming together. Might need another piece. Get the line together. Get in this draft. Get your 2 running backs. This thing is full of running backs. You could probably get you one in the 2nd and the 4th. If Genty is there, you're going to get you one in the 1st. I wouldn't be done. I forgot we don't have a 4th. If I get Genty in the 1st, I'll get me another running back in the 5th. If I don't get him in the 5th, I'll get him in the 6th. I'm going to get me 2 running backs. We're not bringing back, I don't think we're bringing back Rico Dowdle. Let me read a couple of super chats I got here. Appreciate y'all. Mitch Roman, what's going on? $5 super chat. Hey, Mitch, I'm telling you, man, I'm glad. Cowboys need change. They do. And Mike McCarthy, he just doesn't have that. He doesn't make a difference on the field. How many of us have said this? Not only this season, last season, season before last. Mike McCarthy does not make good. Mike McCarthy does not make good halftime adjustments. How many of us have said that? And I keep saying it, Mitch. Folk don't understand. You can't have it both ways. You can't be tripping talking about Mike McCarthy 3 12-win seasons and Dak Prescott was the quarterback. But Dak Prescott sucked even though he got those 3 12-win seasons. Got him when Kellen Moore was calling plays. Got him when Mike McCarthy was calling plays. Your quarterback's not the problem. He can win. Your quarterback has literally already proven he can win. So now the issue is you say, now, how do we win the big? Because Jerry was the master of this in the 90s. When Jerry wanted to win, and when they started, they would lose. Okay, what do we need to win next year? Okay, we got a little bit further. What do we need to do next year? Got to the Super Bowl, won another one, got beat in the third. Got beat in 94. What did Jerry do? What'll put us over the top so we can win again in 95? So I can show Jimmy Johnson we can win a Super Bowl without him. Deion Sanders. When it got Barry Switzer, Deion Sanders. This is how Jerry used to think, y'all. It's amazing people ain't seen this side of Jerry. But those of us who were alive during the 90s, man, and old enough, boy, we saw a Jerry Jones. Man, we saw a Jerry Jones. We were like, man, this dude here is, Jimmy's off the chain. But Jerry's signing them checks. Jerry is getting the players we need. Jerry was signing them checks, man. And Jerry was a part of that Herschel Walker deal. Jerry made that thing happen. We don't see that Jerry no more. David J., what's going on? What's going on, man? He said, did Dak and Michael actually get to talk to Jerry before Mike left? If Dak did, it shows you what he thinks about Dak's opinion. Nisi said something, man, and it was kind of like a joke, but, you can kind of really take this for real, David J. Now, it makes me wonder. There could be some other tea leaves here because I would like to know what were the amount of years that Mike McCarthy was not willing to take. I'm sure that's going to come out, but I'm telling you, there is something to be said here. And the reason why I'm saying there's something to be said here, because if you look at Dak Prescott's contract, I think it's very telling. So this is what's making me wonder, what were the amount of years that they offered Mike McCarthy? Because let me show you something. So when you look at Dak Prescott's deal, the deal actually starts next year. When you look at Dak Prescott's deal, it says potential out 2028. Now, if you look at this, folk don't understand. Dak's deal actually has not started. Dak Prescott is still on his old deal. Dak's new deal does not start until next year. And in Dak's new deal, Dak has a 4-year extension, but the potential out is 2027. Now, for you folk who don't understand what's going on here, do not get alarmed by this number right here. $89 million cap hit, $67 million cap hit, $61 million cap hit, $71 million cap hit. Those are not going to happen. This is not going to happen. This money right here, this money is happening. This money is happening. What's going to wind up happening with Dak Prescott's deal, for all of you who are uninformed, these are the 4 years you need to focus on. Void, 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 void. You know what they're going to do? Stephen Jones said it last week on the radio. We reworked Dak Prescott's contract throughout his career. And he said, and I quote, and we're going to do it again with this one. They're going to flip the switch. Jerry Jones has verified this too. Jerry Jones said all we have to do is flip a switch. Brian Broaddus tried to call all of us YouTubers crazy. The YouTubers, that's who he's talking about. They keep saying, Jerry, all you have to do is flip a switch and you can get $100 million in cap space. Oh, they right. Jerry said, yeah. Yeah, we're right, because we can see it right here. They're going to flip the switch and you're going to watch all of this money. It's going to go all down here and it's going to be in half. And all of these cap hits you see, they're going to go from, like, you see 44, you see 89, it's going to go to 45. Probably somewhere around 33 or 40. Maybe they'll fix it to where all of these will be 40, 40, 40, and then they'll put the other money down there. Now, someone says, why would they do that? Because that's how everybody does it. Everybody's already doing this. This is how people are working the caps with the void years. The void years are where you pay the quarterback when he's no longer on the team. Or you pay a player, he's no longer on the team, but you kicked his salary out so you could absorb it and you would still be able to work in free agency. And this is why Dak Prescott said, if the Cowboys have a big fish on the line, I don't have to rework my contract. It's already worked into my contract that if we want to go get a big-time player, my contract is designed to where they can do it. Guess how Dak knows that? Because Todd France told him as much. Dak has to sign off on this. Hey, Dak, this is what they're signing you to. They're going to put 4 void years in here. And then at this point in your contract, they can do this. And then it flips. And then they can do this. And then it changes. They can do this and it changes. So, Dak, be prepared. You're going to get all your money. You're just going to get it in more years. No problem. No problem. Now, I'm saying all of that to say this. You know what got my spidey senses tingling? Because if there's any year that the Cowboys are going to release Dak Prescott from this contract, I do believe, looking at the unrestricted free agent year, I believe the Dallas Cowboys, if they have not succeeded with Dak Prescott, and they're going to win, that's not going to be the problem. If they haven't won the Super Bowl with Dak Prescott, or the progression isn't happening to the divisional, then the NFC Championship, and then we see the potential Super Bowl. I think this is where they're going to cut Dak Prescott. I think it's going to be 2027. At the latest, 2028. at the latest. But I don't think he's going to see that 4th year unless this team is being exceptionally successful. I think this is going to be the season they're going to cut Dak Prescott. I think they're going to cut him in 2027, into the 2027 season. So it makes me wonder, shorter years, were they talking 3? Were they talking 3 years? Because it would make sense. Maybe they wanted McCarthy for the amount of time that they only plan on keeping Dak Prescott. Because this is when they can potential out. So I want you to envision what's going to happen. Not only are they going to flip the switch on Dak Prescott's contract as soon as the new season starts, they're going to flip the switch. They're already going to kick money down into these void years. So by then, once they rework this contract, $34 million in dead cap. So when they rework this contract, guess what happens? The hit will be even less. Or at least less, as in how much they have to absorb every single season. It's got me wondering, was it going to be a 3-year deal? Now, most of your coaches, they want a 5-year deal. Most of your coaches, they either want a 5, probably minimum 4, but they want a 5-year deal. And the reason why they want those 5-year deals, I mean, y'all do know why they want those 5-year deals, right? Because the head coaches are different than the players. The players, if they get cut, they get their guaranteed money. They get the guaranteed money. That's why when you start looking at deals, you never look at the deal as in, you never look at the deals. Now, Dak deal different. Typically, when you see a quarterback signing a 200, so you think about this. So this is actually exactly right. So Dak Prescott signed a $240 million deal. $231 million guaranteed. Now, you typically don't get a guarantee that high. Todd France is crazy with it. So the guaranteed money is what you're going to see. That's why it's called guaranteed. But typically, you'll see a quarterback he might sign for $225. Okay, $225. But the guaranteed money is $165. Okay, that's all you're getting. You're going to get the guaranteed money. So, again, it's got my spidey senses tingling. Was it going to be 3 years? It'll be out. I'm sure you give it by the end of the day, all this going to come out in the wash. But now I'm wondering, was it going to be 3 years? Was it going to be 3 years? And I think there's going to be more that's going to come out about this whole contract situation. I do think there's going to be more. I do. Yeah, I think there's going to be more. I think there's going to be more details come out about this. But these years, it's really got me wondering, was it going to be 3? Because I do believe that if the Cowboys are not just going gangbusters by 2027, Dak's out. Dak Prescott is out. And I don't find something else to be. I'll tell you something else that if you think about it, I want you to think about this contract that the Cowboys signed. Let's see here. Let's look at this contract that got signed. You want to see something else strange? You ready for this? I'm wondering. None other than C.D. Lamb. Look at his contract, how it's structured. C.D. Lamb starts his new deal next year. C.D. Lamb, $136 million, So here's the number you focus on. $100 million guaranteed. You want to see something that's strange? It's a 4-year deal, but look at when the Cowboys can get from under it. Look how many void years are built into CeeDee Lamb's contract. This is why I'm telling y'all, stop speaking this false narrative about, oh, we can't sign no players because of these contracts. Stop it. Focus on the void years. You know what they're going to do with these void years? They're going to kick CeeDee Lamb's contract. They're going to halfen this number. They're going to kick this money all the way down here. And CeeDee Lamb's contract is not going to be nowhere near as impactful. And he's going to get his guaranteed money no matter what happens. So, the issue is, notice the timeline. Potential out in 2028. 3 more years. The Cowboys will make a decision on CeeDee Lamb. They'll make a decision on CeeDee Lamb around this time. And if I'm not mistaken, let me make sure. Let's see here. You want to know something strange? I want you to look at this. I could be wrong on this, but I'm wondering how many years it was, because if you look at this, we know CeeDee Lamb will be in Dallas definitively 3 years. 3 years, right? Definitively 3 years. We don't know what's going to happen in those 3 years. Injuries, losses, we don't know what's going to happen, right? 3 years. Potential out. Guess what his age is in that in that 4th year? He will be 29 years of age, $16 million cap hit. You want to know what's strange? And I kind of figured this. Let me blow this up for you. Guess how old Dak Prescott was guess how old Dez Bryant was when they cut him? $29 years of age. He was 29 years of age. He originally signed a 5-year, $70 million contract, and they cut him at 29 years of age. He was going to be he was set to have a $16 million cap hit. Look familiar? $29 years of age, $16 million cap hit. It's got me wondering, if I'm a betting man, and I'm not, I could be totally wrong. You know what I think Jerry has? And this is another reason why I think this team will get the chip in 2026, latest 2027, but I think they get it in 2026. You know what I think Jerry Jones has? 3-year plan. I think Jerry Jones has a 3-year plan. I think he has a 3-year plan. And it makes me wonder, was he going to basically tell, did he want Mike McCarthy, hey, 3-year deal? Most of these coaches, they want 5. Because if they get fired, guess what happens? They get paid the remainder of that contract unless they do something that is immoral. They get fired, they get to sit at home and get that contract. And now it's got me wondering, how long was he going to be the coach? Tony Simmons, welcome to the party. He said Jerry and Steven with their chief sales has to hire a head coach and an offense coordinator, 2 people now instead of 1, backfired on the Joneses. You know what, though? I'll be honest with you, Tony. I don't know if you remember, I said this in the season. I actually said this in the season. It's exactly the way I would want it. It's how Jimmy did it. I would actually want my head coach, I actually want him to oversee and coach the whole team. I want him to oversee. Because the one thing that I do not like, let's say your quarterback is having some issues. Let's say your quarterback is struggling. Let's say you got a wide receiver that is struggling. He dropped a couple of passes, a running back that fumbled the ball. Maybe you got a cornerback that's getting burned. He's having a rough day. I would want to be the head coach. I want to be able to go to a player at any moment in the game on the sideline and say, hey, shake it off. Shake it off. Get your head in the game. We're going to get you back on the field. And you're going to do what we know you can do. You're going to, I want to be that coach. I want to be able to walk up and down the sidelines, talking to players, kind of keeping the morale up on the sidelines. I want to be able to talk to whoever I want to when I want to. And Mike McCarthy, you think about it. He's the offensive coordinator. How many times this season did we see Dak Prescott sitting by himself on the bench, looking at the play, looking at the Microsoft Surface Pad? I would rather either the OC be over there or the head coach stepping over there every so often saying, hey, what's going on? What are you seeing out there? I would want to be the head coach so I can take care of the situational football. I can be focused on downs and distances. I can be focused on the clock. I can be focused on so many things that the head coach, and then you then you say, not only do we have to focus on all of that, hey, and you got to call plays. No, I want somebody else calling plays. I want to listen to the plays being called while my head is in the situation of the game. So when a call is made, because I know the play sheet too, does the call fit the situation? And if the play doesn't fit the situation, maybe I can say like, hey, hold on a second. Are we sure we want to run that here? I would rather have a head coach and an offensive coordinator and a defensive coordinator. I don't want two of those jobs in one. That's me, Tony. You tell me what you think. I don't want that. I don't want that. Chanel said, thank God, I'm so happy. You and me both. You and me both. Yep, sunny days, that's it. More with less. That's basically what they told him. Ron said he can do more with less. He might do it too. I don't know. I hope Jerry waits. I really do. I hope Jerry waits. Gabe, what's going on? He said Mike McCarthy and the Dallas Cowboys could not come to terms on an agreement. Yeah, it's the length of the contract. But yeah, Gabe, you said on an agreement. I'm wondering if there was going to be more things. Hold on a second. Got another super chat. Mitch Roman says if Dak was the quarterback in the 90s, he would have won at least 5 Super Bowls. And I'm from that time. I remember the 70s Cowboys. Mitch Roman, I've said the same thing. Dak would have won on those teams. I believe Tony Romo wins on those teams. I believe they win on those teams. Easy. I think unequivocally they win on those teams. Those teams were that good, and people do not understand how good those teams were. And Dak Prescott nor Tony Romo has been on one of those teams. And we have done the same thing to both of these quarterbacks. We want them to be the reason why we win games, rather than let's build a team like we did around Troy and let them be a part of us winning the games. Y'all hold on a second. I got something at the door. I'll be back in about 1 minute. But again, it really has me wondering about these years. It really has me wondering about these years. And chat, the year Dak was runner-up, Dak had not started to throw downfield throws until week 6. Yeah, that's when Mike McCarthy changed up his plays. Yep, don't disagree with you on that. The season was set up to fail. You know what though, Willie T? I'm gonna disagree with you with the point you made right here. Because the way the schedule was set up, Mike McCarthy was absolutely set up to win. Jerry Jones knew the team wasn't going to the Super Bowl. I think he knew that unequivocally. But what I disagree with you at is you have to think. When Cooper Rush took over, it was the soft part of the schedule. Dak Prescott wins at least one of those Eagles games. Dak Prescott and the team healthy. Jerry anticipated that the team was going to be healthy. That's what Jerry anticipated. What he didn't anticipate was there was going to be some injuries. And especially, he didn't anticipate this many. And if you think about if Dak Prescott stays healthy the whole season, they won 7 games. I believe they win 10 games with Dak Prescott healthy. I believe they win 10 games at least with Dak Prescott healthy. Because even when you was looking at some of the early on games, I think one of the biggest problems was that they wouldn't run the doggone ball. You think about the Atlanta Falcons game, pure blunder. We come out, opening drive of the third quarter. There's no reason to do this. We're only down 14-10. What does Mike McCarthy do? Mike McCarthy allows Bones Fausel to run a fake punt on our 30-something yard line, which gave the Atlanta Falcons the go-ahead touchdown that got us down 21-10. We could have easily won that game. Easily won that game against the Falcons. They blew it. They threw that game away. Mike McCarthy threw that game away with bad play calling. I don't care what anyone says. And all this came out in the pudding. And I knew the proof was going to come in the pudding. Rico Dowdle did not have the flu in the game against the San Francisco 49ers. He did not have the flu. Now we know there was a dispute going on because Rico Dowdle was upset about the fact that Zeke was going to be made the starter. James Slater was talking about this. He was going to be made the unmerited starter. And this was a problem. Had the Cowboys started Rico Dowdle, I want y'all to imagine this. Rico Dowdle was getting 100-yard games easy. The Cowboys should have started Rico Dowdle from the beginning. And rather than you training a young line with pass blocking, you know how you get a young line good? Run the ball. Run the ball. You get them accustomed to running the ball first, because there's no way they can pass block yet. And you don't want to put them in a lot of situations to where they have to pass block. No, you want them run blocking. And we did a terrible job of that. Yeah, we could have probably won 10 games. I believe we could have easily won 10 games, even with the team currently constructed, with no injuries. But the injuries were massive. It was just massive. Dallas Sports 1977, Dak has been treated like this since Tony Romo days. And I'm telling us, this people do not understand logic. How do you give Mike McCarthy credit for 36 wins in 3 seasons and talk about that's the reason why you should have kept Mike McCarthy, but then call Dak Prescott trash when he's the quarterback in them 36 wins? It's stupid. It's stupid. Dak is the holder of 3 12-win seasons, says Chanel, in the same way that Rodgers made McCarthy's system work until Rodgers got him fired for a stale offensive scheme. I pointed it out earlier, Chanel. I pointed it out early. I've got it right here in black and white. Anybody want to see it again? The move wasn't a surprise. The firing? No, the timing was. McCarthy's grip on the offense had become a detrimental one. Even before the injuries this year, the offense looked atrocious. And it wasn't just the fact that we couldn't block. This man refused to run the ball. He hated it. He hated it. And if you go up a little bit further in this, if you go down a little bit further in this, the indictment, let me see, I think it's down here at the bottom. It gets even crazier. It says, this was a change that had been stewing for some time. It says, over his last 50 regular season starts, Rodgers is 28-21-1. The Packers, like many teams without their franchise quarterback, were average at the absolute best. Rodgers got hurt a few times. It says, but even when Rodgers got back in 2018, they didn't improve. Can't argue with it. Has nothing to do with Dak. It has nothing to do with Dak Prescott. Nothing. Look at this. Rumblings of internal discord started to get louder and louder in the last month as things turned more and more sour. Do we not realize we saw some of this in this team this year? Y'all remember all the stuff Dak was saying? Not practicing hard. What are people doing when they're not at the facility? People need to be where they're supposed to be. Micah Parsons, I can't be the only one making plays. This was Micah Parsons early in the season. Troy Aikman comes back. Poor route concepts. Poor route running. CeeDee Lamb got to do better. Y'all remember what D-Law told Micah Parsons? Shut the F up. Sound familiar? Rumblings of internal discord started to get louder and louder in the last month as things turned more and more sour. Sound familiar? Rodgers spent Sunday's post-game presser talking about sticking together with his teammates during this trying time. Does this not sound familiar? Does this talk not all sound familiar? Why are players talking like this even with the Dallas Cowboys? Lamenting what might have been while also pointing to a brighter future. It didn't take much to read between the lines. People saw the writing on the wall. They saw the writing on the wall with Mike McCarthy. It is frustrating because I really like our squad, Roger said. Sound familiar? Y'all remember stuff? Oh, I really like our guys. Even the players start saying this. Sound familiar? I'm proud of them. Sound familiar? Michael Parsons saying this same type of stuff. They've battled. Same type of stuff. I think there's better days in the future for this squad. Sound familiar? We're just going to have to go through this tough period right now and stick together. This is exactly what Michael Parsons said. Y'all not hearing me. Some of y'all not hearing me because you got too much hate in your heart for Dak Prescott. Everything we're talking about has happened before. This isn't new. Not with Mike McCarthy. It's not new. It is absolutely not new. It's not new. If I was a team, Mike McCarthy, I think he's got a mind and he can help you in an organization. I think he understands some things. I think he might be able to help you put together some teams. I think he may be able to help you on some advice on the quarterback position in some ways. But if you're going to get him to try to be the coach of your team, to me, Mike McCarthy is the type of person that's better in a boardroom. He's better in a boardroom. He's better on a board of advisors. He's always talking about analytics and stuff. He would be somebody that's good behind the scenes. But if you notice, as him coaching, as in him motivating teams, you don't have to look at the Dallas Cowboys. Look at the Green Bay Packers. I'm going to put this article down here. Read it. This thing sounds like it's today. It literally sounds like it's today. It does. It sounds like it's today. Andre, what's going on? Cowboys going to get a coach. State has a balance of his run and pass. I think so too. I think they're going to try to get somebody that'll run the ball. I do too, Andre. Because y'all got to, we're talking about this thing with Mike McCarthy. Think about this. So you would want to draft Ashton Genty with Mike McCarthy as the coach. So we really think if we brought in Ashton Genty, we're going to trust Mike McCarthy, who said when he wanted the play calling from Kellen Moore, I just want to run the ball. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You didn't want to run the ball. You wanted to call the plays. That's what you wanted to do. So you're telling me we're really going to trust Mike McCarthy with Ashton Genty? Not me. Not me. Jose Cuevado. No, not me, man. I'd like to have a hand in picking them because I'm telling you right now who I would pick. I'm picking Ben Johnson. I would pick Ben Johnson. I would. I would pick Ben Johnson. I think the issue is that they need a Alex says, appreciate you, Alex. He said, glad you explained how the contracts were designed in that way. I wouldn't have known. See, Alex, this is why I say I'm trying to help Dallas Cowboy fans. Stop talking football and learn football. If you learn football, you'll be able to talk it better. And when you learn it, you'll realize that, okay, maybe this isn't what I thought it was. Go ask 32 coaches. Go ask them. Go ask 32 coaches. Hey, let me ask you a question. I'm not going to ask you about Patrick Mahomes or a quarterback like that. You know what I'm saying? Let me ask you a question. Would you go to a team where you knew the quarterback could win 10 games a season? I mean, just automatically, you know he's going to win 10 games per season. I bet you 32 coaches would say, you better believe I would. You better believe. If you telling me I got a team that the quarterback is good enough, he's going to get 10 wins, put me on that team. I put a defense around him. I'll put a running game behind him. I'll get him some wide receivers. We'll tear this league up. We will tear this league up, because if he can get us 10, then surely if he can get us 10, man, we can probably get 12 with this dude. And if we're really doing good, we might be able to get 13. Man, let me tell you something. Folk don't know how foolish they are. Man, if you can average 10 wins a season as a quarterback in this league, man, you off the chain. If you can average 10 wins, I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to give you a bold statement you might not like. I'm going to give you a statement that you're probably not going to like. Let me show you something real quick. Let me add it up. Let me add something up real quick. Hold on a second. See, some of us do not understand. When I say a number like 10, somebody probably thinks in their mind, well, that's nothing. Problem is, you don't think that's nothing because you don't understand what that means. There is no coach. There is not one coach that if you told him, I'll get you a quarterback that will win, that you can win 10 games per season with for the next 10 years, would you take it? I bet you all 32 coaches would take it. All 32 coaches would take it. You want to know why they would take it? Let me show you why. People hate when I show this, but I just got to show you the truth. Troy Aikman played 12 seasons. Troy Aikman played 12 seasons in the NFL. If you look at those 12 seasons, as far as wins go, not counting the playoffs, Troy Aikman won 7.8 games per season. 7.8 games per season in 12 seasons. That's what Troy Aikman won. So you're telling me that Troy Aikman in 12 seasons, he only won 7.8 games per season. And I keep telling folk, we're judging Troy Aikman off of a 4-year stint. This is where we're judging Troy Aikman. A 4-year run is what we're judging him on. And you can go 5 if you want to. We're judging him off of a 5-year run. 1, 2, 3. Look at the last 4. We're judging Troy Aikman off of a super team that he had from 92, 93, 94, 95. It kind of dissipated in 96. If you want to give him that one, you can. This is what we're judging Tony Romo and Dak Prescott on. This is the curve. But if you look at Troy Aikman before he got players, if you look at Troy Aikman after Jimmy Johnson, you look at Troy Aikman as the players begin to wane, Why wasn't he carrying these teams no more? Why wasn't he carrying these teams? This isn't a knock on Troy Aikman. Everybody needs players. And Troy Aikman even proved, and people need coaches too, because Troy Aikman looked different after Jimmy. Anybody saw the Dallas Cowboys in the 94-95 season? They didn't look the same. They got beat in the 94 season. They didn't go to the Super Bowl. And in the 95 season, the 95 season, they didn't look like they looked in 92 and 93. They didn't look absolutely unbeatable. They didn't quite look that way, but they put Deion Sanders on that team, and that kind of really helped them solidify it. They didn't look the same after Jimmy. And after the 95 season, fell off a cliff. If you let most Dallas Cowboy fans, we talk about the 90s Cowboys, you would literally think the Dallas Cowboys dominated from 1990 to 1999. Nope, they didn't. They didn't dominate from 1990 to 1999. They dominated 92, 93, 94, 95. And I don't even know if we can count 94. They got beat. This is what we do. And in these seasons, right here, in these seasons, we never asked Troy Aikman to do what we want Dak Prescott to do and what we asked Tony Romo to do. We never did that. And Jimmy never did it. Jimmy didn't operate like that. He just didn't. He didn't operate like that. Jimmy understand it takes teams. Jimmy came from the college world. Tell me anybody who watches college football. You know how the top teams win? You want to know why Nick Saban literally ruled college football for a decade? Decades? Because the college game is all about the recruiting game. It's all about the recruiting game. If you can recruit in college, you win big. You win big in college if you can recruit. And this is why Nick Saban, he left college. Because Nick Saban realized something. Once the NIL deals came in, it was no longer about recruiting. Now it was about recruiting and making money deals, the NIL money. And I have no problem with it. They should have been paying those college players. But I'm telling us, Jimmy understood something, and people don't agree with me. I don't care if you agree with me. If you look at what Jimmy did when he came to the Cowboys, he built the Cowboys similar to how you build a college team. He got the Herschel Walker trade. He knew he couldn't recruit. So what is another way? How can I get players? How can I get players in the NFL? How can I get players and not be able to recruit? I'm limited by the draft. Free agency is available. But how do I get players? How do I do it? You want to know how we did it? The Herschel Walker trade. And Jimmy built a team, and people do not understand. This is why I give Jimmy Johnson so much credit. Jimmy built a team. Jimmy built a culture of accountability. And the team became a reflection of Jimmy Johnson. They were monsters. They were absolute monsters. And the thing that I find to be so ironic, y'all know what I find to be so ironic? I was thinking about this morning. You know what I find to be so ironic? The very salary cap that Jerry Jones is part architect of. Do you know Jerry Jones can't beat the very salary cap that he's the architect of? He can't beat it. He can't figure out a way to beat it. The Howie Rosemans of the world, they've mastered it. Howie Roseman is looking like the best GM in football. But it's got to pay off. He's got to get a Super Bowl. He's got to get the Super Bowl this year. Or at least next year. He's got to get the Super Bowl either this year or next year. But as it pertains to keeping players around Jalen Hurts, he's done it. He's done exactly what he was supposed to do. He's done exactly what he was supposed to do. And Jerry Jones can't figure out how to do it. And so y'all might not realize. So we're about to see one or two things happen. We're about to see one or two things happen. Jerry Jones has put himself in a predicament. Jerry Jones has put himself in a predicament. And I want to see, how does he handle this? Jerry Jones has put himself in a predicament to where now, because he's gotten rid of Mike McCarthy, now he's got to prove that it was the right decision. Jerry has to prove now that getting rid of Mike McCarthy was the right decision. He's got to prove it. He's got to prove it by the coach that he hires. He's got to prove it. Number two, and if you put Jerry in prove it mode, now I'm wondering, now we got him in prove it mode. Will he do what he needs to do in prove it mode? Because I'm going to tell you what he needs to do in prove it mode. And I'm sure some of you already know this. You know what he has to do in prove it mode? He got to get a good coach. He got to put players around him. Y'all can tell me anything y'all want to. I love the situation that Jerry Jones has put himself in. You can look at this glass as half full or half empty. I love the situation that Jerry Jones has put himself in. He has to prove the decision that he made is the right decision. He got to go out and get a show enough coach. He's got to go out and get a show enough coach. And not only must that coach come in, not only must he come in and win, he got to come in and win big. Jerry got a plan, y'all. Jay Recruiter, you, my friend, I believe is right. I talked about this early in the season. Planned demolition. Jerry Jones is so ticked off at Mike McCarthy about the Green Bay loss. You either going to do more with less or you getting up out of here. This is a part of Jerry's plan. Y'all remember, and I'm telling you, this is exactly, and this is not exactly, but when Jerry Jones put himself in this same situation with Jimmy Johnson, when Jerry let Jimmy walk, Jerry didn't fire Jimmy. Just like he didn't fire Mike McCarthy. Jerry didn't fire Jimmy. I see now exactly what Mike Fisher is talking about. If you look at this, now it makes sense. It makes sense to me at first. Now it's making sense. Now I realize something. Coaches are typically on 5-year deals. You don't give them 7, you don't give them 6, you give them 5. Jimmy came in, and guess how many seasons he coached? Jimmy didn't get fired either. Jimmy's contract expired. Jerry let him walk. That's what happened to Jimmy. His contract expired. So when Jimmy So when Jerry let Jimmy's contract expire, you know what Jerry did when he hired Barry Switzer? Jerry went into prove it mode. If Jerry Jones does not win the Super Bowl with Barry Switzer, and most of us who understand this still don't let Jerry off the hook, I guarantee you Troy Aikman is still mad at Jerry Jones. He's still mad at Jerry Jones about the Jimmy Johnson thing because Troy Aikman is thinking about what could have been. Troy Aikman could have went down as one of the greatest quarterbacks in history. Troy Aikman is one of the greatest quarterbacks in the history of the Dallas Cowboys, but he's not one of the greatest quarterbacks in history. He played on one of the greatest teams in history, and that ain't nothing to be ashamed of, because I'd much rather be on one of the greatest teams in history than be one of the greatest quarterbacks in history, like a Dan Marino, who is literally one of the greatest quarterbacks in history who doesn't have a Super Bowl. Jim Kelly, one of the greatest quarterbacks in history, doesn't have a Super Bowl. I would much rather be on one of the greatest teams in history and win multiple Super Bowls, because that's what typically happens. But Jerry went into prove it mode. He had to get a Super Bowl. He had to get Barry Switzer a Super Bowl because Jimmy told Jerry, anybody can win with this team. Anybody can win with this team. And you know why Jerry told Jimmy that? Jerry told Jimmy that simply because he knew he was a part of building that team. Not that he's responsible for building that entire team, but he was responsible for helping build that team. Jerry had to get a Super Bowl without Jimmy. And some of us don't understand this, but he had to, because everybody was saying some of the same stuff about Jerry now that they were saying, same thing about Jerry then that they're saying now. You don't think they were saying the way that Jerry handled the Jimmy Johnson, he didn't get fired, the way he handled the Jimmy Johnson exit, you don't think people were tripping on that? They were. They were absolutely tripping on that. They're tripping on how he's let go of Mike McCarthy. They are absolutely tripping on that. I'm actually laughing. Watch this. We let Mike McCarthy go 3 12-win seasons. Everybody tripping. This is shocking to us. When Jerry Jones let Jimmy Johnson go after 2 back-to-back Super Bowls. We tripping on this? I'm not tripping on this. This is going to play out one of two ways. Jerry Jones is either about to fail miserably, or Jerry Jones is about to go in prove it mode again. And Jerry Jones is going to try to prove to everybody that he can do it his way. He can do it his way. Jerry's got to go out and get a coach. And I think he's got to go out and get a coach that has a philosophy of running the ball. That's not Mike McCarthy's philosophy. People don't realize something. Mike McCarthy's philosophy actually does not match the history of this team. Because if you look at the 2 Super Bowl eras of this team, Roger Staubach, Troy Aikman, they both had something in common. They both had great defenses, and they both had insane running games. Tony Dorsett, people do not understand. Tony Dorsett was an absolute beast. Tony Dorsett was an absolute beast. Emmitt Smith, absolute beast. Zeke was a beast for a moment. Now it's time for Jerry Jones to go and get Dak Prescott, Zeke was not Dak's running back, as he wasn't playing for Dak Prescott. Dak was playing for Tony Romo. Dak did well with it for a moment. Travis Frederick got hurt. Got the disease. Zeke decline needs to be studied. And then we kind of got back to this whole thing of now. We kind of got to this thing where, okay, we got past happy with Dak. Okay, let's reel that back in. We already know Dak can throw the ball. Okay, great. Whoop-de-doo. We know he can score 40. We know he can score 50. We know he can score 30. Whoop-de-doo. Let's reel this all back in. Let's reel it all back in. Let's go ahead and get this man a power run game. Let's go get this man a power run game. I don't want to see Dak, if it's me. I don't want to see Dak Prescott throw 25. I don't want to see Dak Prescott throw more than 25 times a game for the rest of his career. Again, I don't want him to do it no more. Dak Prescott needs the luxury of what Jordan Love is getting or what he got against the Cowboys, 16 of 21. The luxury of Lamar Jackson going 14 of 21. I would love to beat a team to death by 21 points and you only threw the ball 20 times? You telling me all I have to do is complete 15 passes? You telling me I can complete 15 passes? Let me get this correct. I can complete 15 passes and put up 42 points? Sign me up. I can complete 15 passes and score 28 points. Sign me up. Sign me up for that team. Sign me up. That's a team. That's a team when you don't have to throw the ball 30 and 35, 40, 45. I don't want to throw it that much. I don't want to throw it that much. And if I'm the coach, I'm not going to throw it that much. If I'm sitting down with Jerry, I'm telling Jerry, I know you paid Dak Prescott a lot of money, but if you want to win with Dak Prescott, it's the same for any other quarterback. Jerry, you're making a mistake. Stop letting Dak Prescott throw the ball 30, 35, 40 times. You're not going to win like that. It's not that he can't do it. You're just not going to win like that. Why? Because it's simple football. Because you're not controlling the line of scrimmage. You're not controlling the line of scrimmage. You're not controlling the game. You might be getting big plays here and there, but you're not controlling the game. Line of scrimmage, both sides. Time of possession. You're not controlling those things. And if you're doing those things, you mess around and you're going to find yourself in nothing but shootouts. You're going to find yourself in a whole bunch of shootouts, and you don't want that. No, you don't want that. You want to win by controlling the line of scrimmage. They need to get a coach with that philosophy. They do. They got to stop this stuff. We already know Dak Prescott can throw the ball. Great. Great. We like the fact he can throw the ball. Great. We absolutely love it. Great. But what we need you to do, Dak, we actually need you, and I explained this a couple of days ago. Hey, Dak Prescott, you know what? Instead of you being Superman, how about you be Clark Kent for about 60% of the game? How about 65% of the game? You're going to be Clark Kent. You're going to hand the ball off. You're going to throw a few screens. And then for about 35% of the game, Dak Prescott, now we need you to be Superman. Now we need you to throw the deep ball maybe 2 or 3 times in the game. We need you to go down the seam maybe 3 or 4 times a game. We're going to need you to do that about 6 times, 6 to 8 times a game. That's about it. Everything else, Clark Kent. You don't get the Incredible Hulk typically the whole movie. You're going to get some David Banner and some Incredible Hulk. We have got to put a team together to where Dak Prescott can be David Banner sometimes. We want him to be the Incredible Hulk. That's not going to work. The Incredible Hulk is going to smash up things. He's going to make some mistakes. But if you can get David Banner and the Incredible Hulk, now you got something. What's going on, Ice Cold Cowboy? Yeah, Alex, you have to really break these contracts down because these people who keep talking about these contracts, man, they have no clue what they're talking about. They don't know what they're talking about, these contracts, man. They don't. David J., 10 games doesn't get into the playoffs. It will. 10 games are going to get you into the playoffs. And the reason why I know it's going to get you into the playoffs, because I'm saying he will get you 10 wins. But if you can put a team around him, now you know you can you. So if he can get you 10, can you get 2 more? And 10 wins in most cases are going to put you in the playoffs. Problem is, it's going to put you in the wild card. But if he can get you 10, I'm saying, if you are a good coach, I'll take that job because if he can get us 10, if you build me a team, I can get 12 consistently. I can get you 12 consistently if you get me a team because now I know I got a quarterback that's capable. That's the whole point of me saying 10 wins. Andre said Cowboys going to get a coach. Okay, let me go up a little bit further here. Stop it, Ricky. This is foolish talk, man. Stop that stuff. Nick Harris just reported that Jason Witten is a candidate for the head coach. Now, let's make sense of the Jason Witten talk. Some of y'all are already understanding what I'm about to tell you. Let me tell you why you're hearing the talk. Let me tell you why you're hearing the talk about Jason Witten. And I'm just going to show you a picture before I give you the answer. And I can understand, I can clearly understand where Jerry Jones is coming from with this. I just don't know if it's going to be coming to fruition. You know why Dan Campbell is being mentioned? Anybody know who this is right here? Anybody know who this is? Oh, of course. Let me put the name up here. In case you didn't know who this is. This is Dan Campbell. If I'm not mistaken, Dan Campbell is an ex-tight end. And if I'm not mistaken, he might have even played for the Dallas Cowboys at once upon a time. It might have been a short stint. But whatever the case may be, when Jerry is looking at Jason Witten, he has visions of sugar plums dancing in his head. Because we all know Jason Witten is famous for the infamous tore off the helmet, still running down the field. He's still running down the field with no helmet. That's Jason Witten. Tough. Jason was tough. Slow as all get out, but he was tough. Had no business even back on the team towards the latter part of the career. But, hey, he was Jason Witten. He was tough. He is. He's a tough guy. Jason Witten is a tough guy. This is what Jerry is seeing. Jerry is seeing Jason Witten. This is what he's seeing. He's thinking that Jason Witten could be the next Dan Campbell. I guarantee you that's what he's thinking. Now, me, I hope this doesn't materialize. I just think it's too early for Jason Witten. Ricky, you funny. You think you're telling truth. No, you're not. You're giving your opinion. Truth is when you're bringing the facts, bro. When you're bringing facts, when you can bring stats, when you can bring film and things to back up what you're talking about. You're actually not giving us facts. You're just telling us what you think. No, I'm actually giving you facts about these things about Dak Prescott because you and others, your arguments are dumb. Your arguments are actually dumb. You think they're smart, but they're dumb. Y'all will be the same people making the argument it's not Mike McCarthy's fault. He's won 12 seasons, 3 seasons. He's won 12 games, 3 seasons in a row, and he wasn't even a doggone quarterback. He's not even playing a down on the field. Dak Prescott's winning those games. Not Mike McCarthy. Oh, I forgot. Mike gets the credits for the game, but Dak gets the credit for the losses. Man, you're funny. Chanel says, oh, okay, you're talking about, I'm telling you, Chanel, I done got to the point, I just ignore this stuff now. Ice Cold Cowboy. Man, I'm like you. Man, I'm not trusting Mike McCarthy with Ashton. Man, Mike McCarthy, because if Genty is there at 12, y'all might not understand this right now, but Mike McCarthy being gone is one of the best things that could have happened. Man, you don't want Mike McCarthy with no Ashton Genty. Man, this dude's career is over if he's with Mike McCarthy. Kevin Howard, Mike is gone. Time's up. Turn up. Yes, sir. I'm with you. Yes, sir. Man, turn up. Turn up, man. Turn up. It's over. It's over. And Ice Cold, I'm telling you, man, I'm hoping that Jerry is in prove-it mode. Like he got in prove-it mode when he let go of Jimmy. He had to prove that he could be right about this. And a lot of us, I mean, hey, man, it is what it is. I'm sorry. That was still Jimmy's team. There was nothing Jerry was going to do in my eyes that was going to make me believe that was anything other than Jimmy's team, and it was on cruise control, man. Yeah, Dak is a great quarterback. Just got cut back on the turnovers and interceptions. If possible, learn how to pump fake. Well, the problem is this, Andre. Dak got to stop forcing the ball to CeeDee Lamb, man. I mean, it's just point blank in the story. He's got to stop. See, Dak, we got to get the rookie quarterback Dak back to tell CeeDee Lamb, shut your mouth. See, I'm going to tell you something. Michael Irvin told a story about Troy Aikman. Michael Irvin said, you better not dare tell Troy you open. Now, what I do appreciate about Troy was his mentality. Troy would tell you like it was. Mike said, you better not dare tell Troy you was open. He said Troy didn't play that. Shannon Sharp talked about John Elway too. He said John Elway didn't play that stuff. Now, don't tell me you open, just be open. Don't tell me you open, just be open. And if you want to tell me you open, stop all the antics. Come sit down beside me on the bench while I'm looking at the Microsoft Surface and say, hey, man, right there on that play, I was open. But all that other stuff, shut up, or you'll never get the ball again. Dak has got to get to that point. Number 2, Andre, they got to get him another wide receiver. Because the one thing that Dak likes to do, he likes to spread the ball around. And if you're only going to give him one wide receiver, then you're going to get what you get. You're going to get what you get. You got to get him another one. You got to get him another one. And that's what a lot of these teams are doing. Michael says it doesn't matter who coaches in Dallas. Jerry keeps their hands tied by not giving them players. Now, not going to disagree with you on that. Not going to disagree with you. But what I'm hoping, Michael Harrington, I'm hoping Jerry's in prove-it mode. Because if Jerry puts himself in prove-it mode, we're going to watch Jerry do something we haven't watched him do in a long time. Jerry's going to, and I already thought this, though. I think the Cowboys are going to do great in this draft. The reason why I think they're going to do great in this draft, the running back class is loaded. What do the Dallas Cowboys need? A running game. The running back class is absolutely loaded. How do you go wrong? How do you go wrong this season? I'm going to find it hard to believe that the Cowboys can go wrong. How do you go wrong even if you don't get Ashton Genty? How do you go wrong in this draft, y'all? How do you go wrong? I'll be shocked. I will be literally shocked if they blow it. If they blow it, it's on them. If they blow it, it's on them. There is no reason. There is absolutely no reason the Cowboys should blow this. There's no reason. If they blow it, it's on them. If they blow it, it's absolutely on them. It's on them if they blow it. If they don't get a running back, it's all on them. It is all on them. If they blow it, it's all on them. So the Cowboys, they have an opportunity right now. They have an opportunity right now in this draft to get a running back. There are enough wide receivers in this draft. The Cowboys are drafting at number 12. The Cowboys have the opportunity to get a wide receiver for Dak Prescott to go along with CeeDee Lamb, whether it be in the first, the second, or the third. They have an opportunity. They can fix those two positions that fast. That fast. This draft is loaded. There is no reason why they don't fix it. There's just no reason. If they don't fix it, it's because they don't want to. Lost in translation, he said, your defense is good for winning you 2 games. Yeah. You talking about if they're good enough? For sure. Yes. Yes. Because I can tell you this. Anybody can tell me anything they want to. The Houston Texans defense. The Houston Texans defense. The Houston Texans defense won that game for C.J. Stroud. They were incredible. They were incredible. I disagree with you, Michael Harrington. You can have your opinion. Dak isn't great. Well, you got to tell me why he isn't great. Because his number says otherwise. No. Correction, Michael Harrington. Troy Aikman didn't win 3 Super Bowls. The Dallas Cowboys won 3 Super Bowls. Troy Aikman didn't win 3 Super Bowls. The Dallas Cowboys won 3 Super Bowls. The Dallas Cowboys were not driven by Troy Aikman. The Dallas Cowboys were driven by their offensive line, their running game, and their ability to control the defensive line on the other side of the football. Not true. Troy, what's going on? Being removed his name for consideration for Dallas, from consideration in Dallas last. This is widely known. Yeah, Troy Daly. Yeah, he removed the name, all right. But I'm going to tell you something. Like I said, talk is cheap. Talk runs a marathon. Money talks. Jerry Jones comes to Ben Johnson with $15 million. Lays out a plan on this is what we're going to let you do. I promise you, Ben Johnson will be the coach here if Jerry really wants him. He will be the coach here. And the question becomes, does Jimmy really want him? Michael Harrington, there are so many people that will disagree with you on this. Even Colin Cowherd will tell you he'll disagree with you on this. D-Rail Carter, what's going on? Let me see here. Ice Cold, Salah, however you spell that name, Ben Johnson, Aaron Glenn. Yeah. Jerry's going to have some options. But I think he needs to just needs to be just be patient. Let this all play out. Chanel. Lamar got 2 playoff wins with a better team. Now he's got 3. Chanel, now he's got 3. Excuse me. Now he's got 3. But now the moment of truth is coming. Now the question becomes, can Lamar Jackson get another one? Can Lamar Jackson get another one? He's got one. And I was talking about this past week because it was crazy to me how favorable these quarterbacks who hadn't won playoff games, how favorable the matchups were. Very favorable. And I'm telling you, man, I was telling my uncle last night, man, I'm sorry. Lamar Jackson with a run game, man, this is scary. Lamar Jackson with a run game, this is scary. This is absolutely scary what we're going to watch with Lamar Jackson. It's scary. Matter of fact, while we're thinking about that, I forgot to look at this yesterday. Forgot to look at the playoffs, what the matchups are. It's funny you bring this up about Lamar Jackson. So now Lamar Jackson has one more playoff win than Dak Prescott with a way better team this year. So this is the playoff bracket this week. So we have the Houston Texans running up against the Kansas City Chiefs. And we have the Baltimore Ravens going down to Buffalo. Now, this game coming up this week with the Buffalo Bills and the Baltimore Ravens, this is going to be the battle for the MVP. I'm not sure. Let me see. When do they decide on the MVP? Because I know it's pretty late. Let's see. I know it's pretty late. What's the date? I was trying to see the date they announce it. Let's see. When will they announce it? Let's see. So the NFL MVP award will be presented on February the 6th. And my question is, I wonder when do they have to have in all the votes? Now, they really put themselves in a conundrum because I don't see how could you give Josh Allen the MVP when Lamar Jackson is the first team All-Pro and Josh Allen is the second team All-Pro. So I don't see how you could even give Allen the MVP. And the reason why I'm asking this, because even though it's a regular season award, if those votes are not in before this game will determine who they're going to choose as the MVP. So now we get to see Chanel. Now we get to see if Lamar Jackson can now get one more playoff win because now he has 3. He's got 3 to Dak's 2. So we got Houston and KC, Baltimore and Buffalo. It's going to be really good. And I wonder what the weather's going to look like at Buffalo. I hadn't did all the research on that yet. And so now we're waiting on tonight's game to see who plays, to see who's going to play the Philadelphia Eagles. Man, this game against Washington, Detroit is going to be good. I want to see what Jaden Daniels looks like against Detroit. But Detroit has a way better team. They have not yet arrived. And Jalen Hurts is also going to have his moment of truth. Whether it be the Vikings or the Rams, can he get another playoff win? But, Chanel, I've made this argument before. You just can't help people to understand this. What we call teams are not the teams that have been good enough to beat other teams. And the reason why I know this is because we haven't done it. We haven't done it. We've only done it twice. So when you look at the other playoff losses, the teams were better than us. We haven't went into games like being just gangbusters dominant. Dallas Cowboys 65 wouldn't doubt that Jones would bring in Pete Carroll to fill in seats for the Cowboys fans instead of a S load of opposing team fans as we seen at AT&T. I wouldn't be mad at them if they did Pete Carroll. I wouldn't. I would not be mad at him. I wouldn't. Yeah, Jerry Jones is the architect of the salary cap. I don't know where you're not getting, I don't know where you're talking about fiction. Jerry Jones is one of the people who wanted the salary cap. And he can't figure out how to beat it now. He can't. He's one of the people who wanted it. Jerry Jones wanted it. Point blank in the story. Now see, Willie T, you're going to have to talk to somebody else, bro. I keep telling you people, I appreciate you, Willie T. You just don't know what you're talking about. You're talking to the wrong person. You're talking to the wrong person. You need to go do some more research before you start talking. So is it fiction? So is this fiction? Help me out, Willie T. Yes, Jerry Jones, the owner and general manager of the Dallas Cowboys, was instrumental in the creation of the NFL salary cap. So is it fact or fiction, Willie T? I'm telling you, man, I be laughing at this stuff. Man, y'all think I don't know what I'm talking about when I'm saying this stuff? Who didn't know that Jerry Jones is the architect of the salary cap? Who didn't know this? Jerry Jones wanted to control his own spending habits and prevent other wealthy teams from dominating the league. He also didn't want the players to be getting all the money. Because Jerry knew all of the TV deals he was working on, the endorsement deals he was working on. Jerry has done a ton for this league. This is why they love Jerry Jones. Instrumental. Oh, I know you don't call instrumental architect, so I guess now you want to be technical, but you can't be technical. No, he's the architect. Jerry Jones, instrumental in the creation of the salary cap. Please, man, you got to talk to somebody else. I know exactly what I'm talking about. I thought actually this was public knowledge. Saving the college players most of the money to the NFL. The only position, Chanel, that Nick Saban didn't dominate in as bringing players to the NFL. The only position he didn't dominate in is quarterback. It's the only position. Playmaker, what's going on? He said, did he get rid of Mike or did Mike refuse his low ball? Mike didn't want the terms of the lesser years. Yeah, he didn't want the term of the lesser years. And I think it's probably more to it than that. I'm pretty sure there'll be more. Rick Dale, Mike has got to be happy right now. No, actually he's not. I don't think he's happy. And the reason why I don't think he's happy is because, see, Mike Fisher, Rick, made a perfect point that I hadn't even thought of. Do we not realize that Mike McCarthy could have walked away from the negotiation table anytime he wanted to? He could have walked away anytime he wanted to, Rick Dale. So you think he's happy? I don't think he's happy. He's not. He may be happier later on, but he's not happy. If Mike McCarthy did not want to coach for the Cowboys, he could have made a bold move. I don't want to come back to the Cowboys. He could have just told Jerry, I'm not going to negotiate. I don't want to come back to the Cowboys. That's simple. What was stopping him? How much money was he going to forfeit? What, 2 weeks? He's basically fulfilled the contract. He could have walked away from it. He didn't walk away from it because he wanted to be here. He didn't. Ricky, you funny. You're not telling no truth. It's funny. Now, Troy, this is where me and you are in agreement. Dak's here to stay. I already said this. There are 2 pieces that will not be changed out barring death and injury over the next 3 years, no matter what anyone says on any channel or any chat. Dak Prescott is going to be here a minimum of 3 more years after this barring injury. Jerry Jones is going to be the GM/owner, barring death the next 3 years. The only choice that Jerry Jones has is to build a team. That's it. David J., I'm with you. I'm the same way. And I'm going to tell you this. If Dak Prescott had the team that Jalen Hurts currently has around him right now, and Dak Prescott didn't take that team, if that team with Dak Prescott doesn't go to the Super Bowl, get ready, because I'm going to be talking bad about Dak Prescott. Y'all don't even understand something. We haven't even had a team around Dak Prescott nor Tony Romo that's as good as the current Philadelphia Eagles. Not that good. We have not had a team that good. We have not had a team that good. That Philadelphia Eagle team is absolutely loaded. Put Dak Prescott on that team with Kellen Moore. Ask Kellen Moore. Ask Kellen Moore what he would do with Dak Prescott. Because Kellen Moore's best seasons have been with Dak Prescott. He's been with Justin Herbert. He's now been with Jalen Hurts. He's not putting up video game numbers. He's not doing it. He's not putting up video game numbers no more. Ask Kellen Moore. I bet you if you got Kellen Moore somewhere, you got him at a club or a restaurant, you and him just chit-chatting about football, ask him what would happen if he put Dak Prescott on the current Philadelphia Eagle team. Man, Dak Prescott would wreck the league with that team. Dak Prescott would wreck the league with that Philadelphia Eagle team. Daniel Lamb. Yeah, I definitely don't think Deion Sanders. Deion Sanders has put a caveat on the only way he would coach in the NFL is if he could coach both of his sons on the same team. Kellen Moore, everybody keeps talking about Kellen Moore. I'm not sure. Jason Witten has not coached on the NFL level. I'll be shocked if Jason Witten becomes the head coach. I would think more or less Jerry would actually want to put Jason Witten on the staff as in a coach, let him work as a position coach, and then promote him later on. But I don't see Jerry going straight to Jason. I don't see it. Man, Dallas Cowboys 65. Boy, Barry Switzer was on cruise control for 2 years. Barry Switzer was on cruise control for 2 years, man. 2 years. He was on cruise control. Rob 805. Jerry's been trying to prove he can do this. He only did it one time. And even then, he can't say he really did it his way. We cannot call the Barry Switzer Super Bowl Jerry doing it his way because it was still the team that Jimmy built. It was still the house that Jimmy built. And so Jerry hasn't built a team since Jimmy Johnson. Adding Deion Sanders to a team don't mean you built a team. You added a crazy piece to the team. You actually added a crazy piece to the team that actually solidified the fact that you were going to the Super Bowl in 95 and won the Super Bowl. But even that team, still Jimmy's team. It was still Jimmy's team. And he hasn't rebuilt the team since. Yeah, that's what I thought, Royal Sports. Yeah, that's what I thought. And that's why I think what has Jerry with visions of sugar plums in his head about Jason Witten is that he's thinking that this could be the next Dan Campbell. And he might well could be. I just don't think he needs some more experience. And I can tell you this, Uncle Charles, Jason Witten would probably be a yes man for Jerry. I think he'd be a yes man for him. Hiring Witten is a slap in the face to guys like Zimmer. It's a slap in the face to guys like Al Harris. Man, I'm taking Al Harris over Jason Witten. Royal, man, let me tell you something. Boy, Dan Campbell got a different mentality, man. Boy, Dan Campbell, man, Dan Campbell, one of them dudes, man, you got to prepare yourself for him. Because he will literally make you pull your hair out as an owner. If you someone who thinks this is what you should do here and what you should do there, Dan Campbell going to make you lose sleep at night. Dan Campbell is the kind of coach, you make him the coach, you just got to trust him. End of story. End of story. No, Harrington, Zimmer's not going to be a head coach. It's not happening. What identity on offense and defense will Witten bring to Dallas? I don't think he's ready, real Daryl. I don't think he's ready. I think it would be a mistake. The facts are Jason went and had Dan Campbell as his backup, but Dan Campbell wasn't the Titan that Jason Witten was. But Jason Witten won't be the coach that did. Nah, he won't. Dan Campbell different, man. Lost in translation. I've already did a video on John Gruden. John Gruden is in a nasty court case with the NFL. He's fighting for the court case to not go into NFL arbitration, of which Goodell would oversee. And so he's fighting that. And so, yeah, they've already been told by the lawyers of the NFL, they've already been told that nobody can touch John Gruden. John Gruden will not be a coach in this league right now. Yeah, and you know it's funny, Dallas Cowboys 65. Yeah, Dan wasn't an actual, it wasn't like he was killing the league. But his mentality as a coach is crazy. I love his mentality. I do. I love his mentality. Yeah, we wasted 312 and 5 seasons because of coaching and ownership. Yep. We did. And you know what, Royal? I do have a problem with Jerry on this. I just think Jerry should have ran the team back from last year. Because a part of that was Jerry's fault. You didn't get Dan Quinn the linebackers that he needed. You did nothing in free agency. You did nothing at the trade deadline that was really significant. And you know doggone well the team needed another wide receiver. Jerry didn't do none of those things. None of those things. Jerry is partially responsible for that debacle in Green Bay. We thought we were going to roll up in Dallas because we were at home, because we had the better record, but the reality is this simple. Green Bay was better than us. They did two things that we couldn't do. They could run the ball and stop the run. We couldn't do neither one of those things. Dan Campbell was playing safeties at running back. He was struggling to stop the run all last season. He asked Jerry Jones for Bobby Wagner. Didn't get him. We let Amari Cooper go for a box of Cracker Jacks with a ring inside. We suffered the consequences. We should have kept Cooper. We should have kept Amari Cooper and CeeDee Lamb together. It was a great combination. We rolled up against the Green Bay Packers thinking we were going to beat them with one wide receiver. Safeties playing linebacker. Man, we went in with one hand tied behind our back and expected to win because we were the Dallas Cowboys at home with a 12-win season, and Green Bay thumped us by running us out of the stadium. Running us out of the stadium. It's that simple. Yeah, thank you, Dak Love. Yep, that's it. Dak Love, man, he forces the ball to CeeDee Lamb way too much. Way, way, way too much, man. Yeah. Let's see here. So I'm very interested to see what is Jerry Jones. What is he going to do? What is he going to do? Because he's got to prove it to us now. Jerry has to prove it to us. Jerry has to prove to us. And I guess he don't have to prove to us. I mean, he sleeps on money. I guess he don't have to prove to us. But Jerry has to prove to us that getting rid of Mike McCarthy is the right thing to do, which I think it is the right thing to do. But now he's going to have to bring in somebody. He's now going to have to bring in somebody He's now going to have to bring in somebody that can actually get some doggone wins. Because you kind of set the bar with the 12 wins. So now you got to get somebody in here who can get the wins and help this team get over the hump. I'm telling you the truth. I wouldn't mind them talking to Doug Peterson. I would at least want to kick the tires on Doug Peterson. I would. I would love them to kick the tires on Doug Peterson and kind of see what he's talking about. Uncle Charles said, I'm not going to support it. Let's talk. Wait a minute. What are you not going to support? I'm sorry. I'm kind of missing the part on what you're not going to support. Mills. I know people are happy and all with wishful thinking, but my concern is still defensively need ball hawking safeties and front seven. Yeah, I'm with you. But I'm going to tell you this. I said it early in this thing, man. Jerry likes Micah Parsons. Jerry likes Micah Parsons. I will not be surprised if Jerry does try to get a piece or two on defense. I think when you talk about the first 3 rounds of the draft, I think they're going to go running back, wide receiver, and defense. I think they're going to go running back, wide receiver, and defense. So they're going to get some help. And then the question becomes, I think one of the safeties the Cowboys probably need, that the Cowboys need, I think he's already on the team. I think it's Marquise Bell. If Marquise Bell can stay healthy, I think Marquise Bell can be a great safety for this team. I got a feeling also, I am not going to be surprised. Y'all tell me what you think. But I do think there is going to be one. I do think there is going to be one Sanders on this team. And I think that the one Sanders that is going to be on this team is going to be none other than Shedeur Sanders. I mean, not Shedeur. It is going to be Shiloh. I believe Shiloh Mills is going to be, I think Shiloh is going to be one of the, I think he's going to be a safety on this team. I think the Joneses are probably going to give him a chance. Don't worry, Michelle. I'm already taking care of it in the background on the trolls. I got you covered. Lost in Translation says, can we get wheeling and dealing? Man. Boy, I hope Jerry this year, I hope Jerry says, man, it's time to win. I hope he says it. I mean, because he got to prove it now. He's got to. Man, this is funny. Cowboys 65, Dallas Cowboys 65 said, man, we've had our kids get degrees since we won the Super Bowl. Yeah, man, it's been long. Man, my son actually stopped watching the Dallas Cowboys because he said, man, they ain't won since I've been alive. He stopped watching. Yeah, I'm with you, Chanel. And I'm glad. I'm telling you. Don't worry. Don't you worry. We already know that Mike McCarthy, he'll be fine. This man got paid $8 million over the last 5 years. He'll be fine. Yeah, don't worry. Ricky Madison is no longer in the chat. We ain't got to worry about him. The Cowboys need to do something in free agency. They're going to have I do think they're going to get a piece in free agency. Dak Prescott seems to be alluding to this. So we're going to see if it happens. Dak Prescott said, my contract is designed that if the big fish is out there, we can do it. He said, my contract will not stop us. Blue Star says, so is G right about what he was saying? Jerry doing something we as fans never expected. Man, I hope so. Since he has that Netflix special series, are you speaking into true facts right now? Man, I got a feeling. This is one of them things where I'm not going off of something I've seen. So I got to say, I've been saying I got a feeling. It seems like this is building up to where, how perfect would it be? I want y'all to think about something. Think about this, Blue Star. The ratings in the NFL are down this season. The ratings in the NFL are down. I'm interested to see what the playoff ratings look like. And I'm telling you this. This league needs the Dallas Cowboys, and it needs the Dallas Cowboys to win. When the Dallas Cowboys are winning, when the Dallas Cowboys are competitive, more people are watching this league. More people are watching this league. They are. I got a feeling. Now, I told you, 2026, 2025, I believe, is going to give us hope. The reason why I think 2025 is going to give us hope. Y'all think about this. If we get Ashton Genty, how does that make everybody feel? How would it make everybody feel if we got Ashton Genty? If we get Ashton Genty or Marion Hampton, if we go in the first round, and you know we're about to go in the first round, y'all, and Jerry Jones makes a statement. Jerry Jones makes a statement in the first round. And Jerry Jones goes in the first round, y'all. And Jerry Jones gets Ashton Genty. Tell me this fan base doesn't erupt. Tell me the fan base doesn't erupt. This fan base is going to go crazy if the Dallas Cowboys get Ashton Genty. It is going to go crazy. It is. This fan base is going bonkers if we get Ashton Genty, y'all. It is. We're going bonkers. Because it will be the hope that we need to say we're going in the right direction. Even if we get a Marion Hampton. I'm not as familiar with Caleb Johnson. I'm not as familiar with him. Some of you are probably more familiar with Caleb Johnson. But if we get Ashton Genty, Marion Hampton, Caleb Johnson, I mean, there are other guys in this draft that look really good. The kid, Quinshawn Judkins. I love the way he looked. People have talked about Devin Neal. I mean, there are running backs. Nicholas Singleton. There will be no excuse, y'all. None. There'll be no excuse for the Cowboys not to. It will be no excuse. They can get 2. Not 1, 2. Willie T. Now see, here you go again with this fact of fiction. Now you said I was talking fiction a while ago, and I done hit you. I done hit you in the ribs. You said that Jerry Jones was not the architect of the salary cap, and everyone clearly knows he is. It's well documented. Now here you go with this. Here you go with this fact of fiction. Willie T, got to understand something. The draft is loaded with running backs. There is no way the Cowboys can fail. They're going to get a running back, and it's going to be either the first or the second or the third. I hope it's if Genty is there, you got to get him. If Genty is there, you got to get him. Because you're not getting Abdul Carter. Because if Abdul Carter was there, I said it last night, I'm taking Abdul Carter, hands down. He's not going to be there. So if Abdul Carter is not going to be there, and if one of these teams, Tankatron is saying that Ashton Genty is going to fall to the Cowboys. I'm having a hard time believing that part. I'm having a very hard time believing that Ashton Genty is going to fall to the Dallas Cowboys. But Tankatron saying that neither Shedeur Sanders nor Cam Ward in their books are bona fide one-ranked, like, first-round draft scores. But they're going to be first round. Shedeur Sanders will be the first quarterback taken. Cam Ward's going to be the second quarterback taken. But after that, what do you have left? This is not a quarterback draft. This is not a quarterback draft at all. But when you talk about running backs, they're everywhere. They're everywhere in this draft. Running backs, everywhere. Wide receivers, the Cowboys are drafting high enough. All those wide receivers, they will not be gone by the time the Cowboys come back around to the second one. So, first and second round, Cowboys, they're not going to get McMillan. If you're not going to get McMillan, then go ahead and get Genty if he's there. Now, I've already said, if Genty is not available, if I'm the Cowboys, I'm probably going to trade back. If I can still get Amarion Hampton or one of the wide receivers that I can get, I'm going to trade back. I'll trade back so I can get, now I'll just get a wide receiver that I want. Or I'll get another one of these running backs that I want. If Genty is not there, there's no point. Unless you got a guy that's on your board that's right below Genty and you know somebody might want him, well, go ahead and get the best player available. But I wouldn't do that. The Cowboys need a running back and a wide receiver. I would trade backwards. I would. All right. I appreciate it. 4 hours of talking Cowboys. I may come back before the game tonight at some point. I may take a break and come back around 6 o'clock. I think the game is around 7. So I may talk an hour about the game tonight. So if you haven't subscribed, please do. Hit that notification bell. Hit that like button. Spread the news. We're talking Cowboys on this channel. And we talk facts. Appreciate y'all again. Until next time. Peace.